And good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway in beautiful Summit Point, West Virginia. It is the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We're going to be here all weekend long with you. And Brian, as I'm just now getting word that cars are going to be heading onto the grid for their pace lap for their very first race of the weekend. Let's quickly jump and show everybody what our schedule is coming up here over the course of the weekend. There it is. We've already had our 8 groups of qualifying. We are now going into our heat races or our sprint races here today. We're going to have 2 races before lunch. First race, and they're going to be rolling off for their pace lap in just a moment, is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, and then we're going to have the big ground pounders coming out as for our second race, and that is going to be a barn burner. We're going to have the American Sedan Regional Challenge with us, and they've got, I think, close to 15 cars coming and racing with it. But first off, Brian, pardon me, good morning.
Good morning. I was going to say, man, we said good morning to each other earlier today. So, look, this is going to be a fantastic weekend. I'm really excited, and Greg, we've got some special things going on this weekend. If you're watching the stream out there, or if you're in the paddock and you've got it up on your TV monitor, you're going to see some nice new things coming at you here this weekend.
That's right. First off, we want to thank, we've got Spencer Gaynor in the booth with us, who is manning the controls and manning the camera, something that I could never do over the course of a year. And he is showing it to you right now as we've got the Spec Racer Fords on their pace lap. We've upgraded from 4 cameras to 6 cameras,
yes,
Brian.
Indeed.
And we know I'm horrible at simple math, but that's like a 50% increase, I think. It's either that or 150% increase, something like that. Anyway, let's do this. We've got our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers out on their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right. Starting 14th from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in 13th from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 07 of Amy Gold. Starting in 12th position from Framingham, Massachusetts, the 162 of Thomas Kirchman. Starting in 11th from Columbia, Maryland, the 14th of Kevin Silbert. Starting in the 10th position from Baltimore, Maryland, that's the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position from Millersville, Maryland, the 31 of Bruce Kaminga. Starting in the 7th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in 6th position from Littleton, Pennsylvania, the number 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in the 5th position from New York, New York, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 4th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 3rd position from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 09 of Matthew Polk. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position in his Windsor Customs Rental and Supply, the number 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole with a time of 120.222 from Boyd's, Maryland, another Windsor Customs, the 55 of Sam Schechter.
All right, Brian, and lights are out on the pace car as it is bringing the field now up out of turn number 8 and towards the bridge. And it looks like our Spec Racer Ford field still a little bit strung out. They're starting to pack up here as they come under the bridge and head over towards turn number 10. There they are, and yeah, they've definitely been able to form up now as they're coming out and around the corner. Our starters are on the starter bridge. Our starter for our first race is going to be John Burkhardt as he looks the field over, and green flag is in the air. And yeah, I know you can't see them on the screen. I guarantee you they're going to be coming down the rise. There they are. Green flag as our pole sitter, Sam Schechter, in that light blue number 55. He gets a quick advantage over Mac Harrison as they head down under braking down into turn number 1, and they're going to roll through side by side. It's Harrison and Stephen Shue in that white number 81 machine as they now come out. Looks like a couple drivers dropped the wheels, Brian, but every one of our Spec Racer 4 drivers gets through turns 1 and 2 successfully as they head into turn 3.
Yeah, our top 5, top 6 start to go single file, but then we're 2 wide back behind there. That's going to be the Mike Kosuth and the Bruce Kaminga machine. That's 7th and 8th as they go through turn 3 and headed up down the hill. and down into turn 4. Again, still side by side as our leaders now start to come through 5.
That's right. And so those two drivers, and there you go. You can see them side by side in the pack. And that is, I believe, as you mentioned, Mike Koseth there. And I believe Aaron Meisner in the red, white, and red, black, and blue number 25 machine was trying to make some moves from the outside of turn number 5. We'll see when they complete the first lap if he was able to get that done, as our field is coming out of turn 8 now. Finally, now all single file, Brian, and coming out of turn 10 for the very first time. Our front two drivers here, our pole sitter, Sam Schechter, and then the number 30 machine of Mac Harrison. They were already opening up about a 10-car length lead over Shoe as they go down to turn 1 to complete lap 1.
Yeah, as they get down into turn 1, you've got Schechter and you've got Harrison. Like you said, Greg, they're starting to open up over Stephen Shoe, and then Stephen Shoe, kind of the man in the middle there. He's got Donald Privet and Keith Frazier right behind him. Now Frazier and Donald Privet, looks like they're going to try to go side by side coming out of 2. Frazier thought better of it, tucked back in, that's actually Matthew Polk and Keith Frazier. Matthew Polk thought better of it, got back in behind Keith Frazier in that number 7 machine.
All right, and it looks like Bruce Kaminga and Aaron Meisner, the green number 31, the red, white, and black number 25, all still trying to battle for position here. This is the battle for 10th. We just had, I believe, Eric Prepsius in the light blue number 51 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He's at the tail end of the field right now. He had a bit of a wild ride through turn 10, Brian, on the first lap, and he's now about 30 seconds behind the rest of the field.
Yeah, I know he was testing some stuff out yesterday here during our test day and our practice day. So, Eric falling a little bit further back, but I'm sure he'll get that going as the weekend goes by.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Big Bore. I'm going to have to go through this whole list, aren't I? Yeah. American Sedan, GT1, GT2, and GT3, GTX, Spec Corvette, GTA, ITE, and ITR, SPO, SPOD, STU, T1, T2, and T3, and the United States Touring Car Championship Racers. Please head to the grid. Don't make me read that whole list again. Race group number 2, Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid.
I'll tell you what, as this race is going on, I don't mean to laugh at you, but we've got about at least 1 or 2 cars in each one of those groups this weekend.
Yes, we do. Great. Yeah, that's going to make sure. Oh, big break lock up there from our third place racer, Stephen Shoe, in the green and white number 81. Rear end really stepped out on him, but he got the car back under control. Also, we see now as Bruce Kaminga, it looks like his battle with Aaron Meisner for 9th is done, but he tried to go right around the outside of Mike Koseth going through turn 5, tried to pick up a position there, move up to 8th position.
Yeah, I tell you what, Stephen Shoe, that's going to slow him down a little bit, Greg. That's going to allow Privet, Matthew Polk, and Keith Frazier to start to move back up there. As they start to come up through here, we'll see what that gap closes down to on the next time by. Here they come out of turn 10 now, getting ready to come by the start-finish line. And now you've got Matthew Polk and Keith Frazier, it looks like, and Donald Privet. They're going to be side by side as they go down into turn 1.
Yeah, let's take a look here as they are barreling down at the 300-foot mark now, still side by side under braking. And it appears as though Privet was able to hold off Keith Frazier for the moment here as they come out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3.
As they start to go up into turn 3, and Greg, again, I'm not sure if actually let's reset here. Okay, there we go. That's Donald Privet and Matthew Polk. So that is the 09 of Matthew Polk. That's your battle for position going back and forth right there. Donald Privet still with a lead at the start-finish line, but coming through turn 3, it does look like Matthew Polk is going to move ahead of Donald Privet. We'll wait for them to come up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as our leaders now coming out of turn 8 and running up the hill, and you can really see there where Mac Harrison is trying to put the screws to Sam Schechter. Schechter, your leader, as they come across the start-finish line, starting now lap number 5, and Harrison, he's got a head of steam, Brian. He pulls to the inside, and as they come under braking, Going down into turn number 1, you can see the light blue car. That is Sam Schechter. He comes down the inside to hold off the charge of that gray number 30 machine, Mac Harrison. They're going to go at it for at least another lap here with Harrison in second position.
Well, you know, Greg, we've seen this many times with Sam Schechter. Sam takes that unorthodox line into turn 1 all the time, and then ends up being that's where some of the drivers want to be. Sam's able to hold them all off when he gets out in front. So they head up over the hill now. They're going through turn 5 here, coming through. Schechter still leading by about a car length and a half. Here comes Stephen Shue. Now throw in Matthew Polk and Donald Privet. That's third, fourth, and fifth. That's the last battle for the last podium spot in this 15-lap race.
All right, let's try and pick up that battle for third, fourth, and fifth right now between Stephen Shue in the white and green number 81, Matt Polk, and Don Privet, as they are now working their way out of turn 8, starting to run up the hill, and it looks like down in the talent section of the course, Brian. Not that Matt Polk and Don Privet aren't talented, but it looks like Stephen Shue was able to open up about 4 car lengths there. I believe this is one of the first events of the season where Matt Polk has been with us. So we'll see here how the number 09 does as Don Privet coming up very, very close. Has got a good draft down the front straight, but he does not poke to the inside. Privet's going to hold station at fifth position.
Yeah, he's a little bit further back there, from Stephen Shue. But I tell you what, Matthew Polk and Donald Privet, those two should be working together, which they are. I think Donald Privet just stuck his nose out going into one just to get a little bit of the air to it to see what it is. But now that battle starts to open up just a little bit more to be about a car length and a half in between each of those.
All right, and I'll tell you here, it's early on, but if you like what you see here today, and if you like all the new updates and upgrades, more cameras, full screen camera action, please go ahead, give us a big thumbs up, and if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region's YouTube channel and click on that notification bell. You'll find out every time that we go live, as we're here in the midst of our very first race here at Summit Point.
And Greg, as you were making that and talking about that liking, that subscribe, Stephen Shue again got hard on the brakes going into turn 5. That's going to put Matthew Polk now up into that third position. Steve Shue back to fourth. Donald Privet still sitting in fifth, but Donald Privet going to have a little bit of a run coming out of turn 10 as they cross the start-finish line. You'll see it's about a half a car length in as they go by the cameras there. Now Privet looks like he wants to move. Shue wants to move to the right to get another run on Matthew Polk.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm sure at this point that Don Privet has seen all of that brake lockup from the number 81 machine, and don't be surprised if he tries the exact same move going down into turn 5 here this next time through. We'll have to see how that plays out, but here as they come through turn 3, you can see the number 57 machine. He's tucked right under the nose of the number 81 machine, and he is primed to try and make that outside move, which isn't successful all that often at turn 5, unless you know that somebody's got a lot of issues there, and some more brake lockup. And a matter of fact, it looks like Shue might have gotten back around Matthew Polk.
Yeah, it looks like he may have gotten around, really coming out of 3, heading up over the hill there. Again, Stephen Shue's getting a great run out of turn 10. So the front half of this section, I'll call it, of this racetrack, out of turn 10 down there, that's going to help him. But as he gets down into turn 5, again, the brakes may be getting a little bit, softer, may have to really slam on him a little bit harder than he wants to, and that ends up causing the brake lockup.
All right, here as they come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, Privet now looking to the inside of Matthew Polk, who is sitting back in 4th position, and they are now side by side directly behind Stephen Shue as they come down into the braking zone of turn number 1, and let's see how this plays out. There you go, Stephen Shue, the lead car through. He's in 3rd. Don Privet now comes right underneath Matt Polk. Move Privet up in the 4th, move Polk back to 5th.
Yeah, Polk thought about trying to go another 2 wide, coming out of 2, heading up into 3. But again, back into the clutches of Donald Privet. Give Donald Privet and move him up to 4th now.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Big Bore American Sedan GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, GTA, Spec Corvette, ITE and ITR, STO, STU, T1, T2, and T3. And let's not forget the fine folks in the United States Touring Car Championship, USTCC. Please head to the grid. Race Group 2 to the grid, please. All right, Brian, let's take a look here. This is the battle for the lead now, coming out of turn number 10 and down the front straight. And Mac Harrison, he is closed up once again onto the back of Sam Schechter. Harrison just turned the fastest lap of the race, and as they barrel down into turn number 1, let's take a look. I believe we've got Schechter again moving to the inside, trying to hold off Harrison, and under braking once again. The faster car has to settle for second.
Yeah, I tell you what, he able to hold off Mac Harrison, but now let's drop back a little bit further. Let's take a look at that third, fourth, and fifth battles, Greg, as they're going to be coming out of turn 2 here momentarily and up into your camera view there in turn 3. Donald Privet has moved from 5th place all the way back up into 3rd place, getting a great run ahead of Stephen Shu and Matthew Polk.
All right, now remember, these are 15-lap races. Our racers are working lap number 9, Brian, so we're just about halfway through the Spec Racer Ford battle as we watch this. Speaking of battles, once again, Stephen Shu locking up those rear brakes going into turn number 5. So Don Privet has gotten around Stephen Shu, moved Shu back into 4th position, Privet up to 3rd, and Matt Polk now sitting at the rear of that triad of racers.
Yeah, I think that battle there for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Greg, that's going to come down probably to the last lap. What's allowing to happen here is as those 3 are starting to battle, your leaders now are really starting to pull away from that 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Even though they've gone a couple times too wide down into, it's just Mac Harrison trying to get some air, and Schechter trying to take that unorthodox line as our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars go by the start-finish line. They've opened up that gap, but then they'll start to close down. But it's allowing the leaders to really gain a big advantage.
All right, let's do this. Let's jump a little bit further back in the field here. Catching up now with Bruce Kreminga, who is running in 8th position. He's got Tom Kirchman directly behind, and I believe actually as we watch them here, there they are under braking going into turn number 1. Kreminga in the green car, Kirchman in the yellow, J. Mark Wendling rounding out your top 10, a number of car links back from there. But interestingly enough, the racers that are just ahead of Kreminga and Kirchman were the ones that Kreminga was battling with early on in this session. Both Mike Koseth, who's running 6th, and Aaron Meisner, who started off, I believe, Meisner started off in 10th position. He now is all the way up in the 7th.
Yeah, that Kirchman-Kreminga battle, Kirchman gets a great run out of turn 1 and turn 2 and really closes the gap, I should say, on Kreminga going up through turn 3. But then Kreminga's able to pull away as they go up over the hill and down the hill through turn 4 and through turn 5.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we're watching this now as they come up the hill out of turn number 8, and Kirchman is now closed up right to the back of the green number 31 machine here as they come through turn number 10. Kirchman only about 2 car lengths, I'll call it 3 car lengths behind, but they are under the draft now. There they are, crossing the start-finish line and making their way down towards turn 1 as they're working lap number 11 of 15. And we'll see here is they're back right behind. And, I'll tell you, Brian, I think they're actually making up a little bit of ground on Aaron Meisner. Let's take a look that last time by. Meisner was about a half second faster than Kreminga that last time.
So Kirchman's going to get ahead of Kreminga. They were side by side through turns 1 and turn 2. Now give that spot. That's the 8th position to Thomas Kirchman over Bruce Kreminga. Now we'll see whether or not Kirchman can run down Aaron Meisner, because Kirchman was a little bit faster than both of them last time by, Greg. So we'll have to see here as we get towards the end of this race with 5 laps to go. This time by, it'll be 4 laps to go. We'll see whether or not Kirchman's going to be able to run down Meisner.
Yeah, and interesting there as we watch both Kirchman and Kreminga go into turn 5. Kirchman is starting to really open up turn 5, entering the corner from a little bit right of center of track so that he doesn't beat up the front tires. He carries more speed out than Kreminga. Kreminga is going much faster through turn 4 through the chute, but then really has to stand on the binders going into turn 5. So as they come out of turn 10 now, again, Kreminga, he's holding fairly close. He's about 3 car lengths back. But let's take a look. As Kirchman ran a 123.2, Meisner a 122.8. So again, even with the swap of positions of Kirchman and Kreminga, they're still losing ground to Aaron Meisner, just ahead by about a half second a lap.
Aaron Meisner's now caught up into the draft of Mike Kosup, so that's starting to help him pull away. And the Kirchman and the Kreminga battle, that's starting to widen a little bit. Mark J. Wendling starting to close in a little bit on Bruce Kreminga for that 9th and 10th battle.
All right, as our leaders now come out of turn 10, they are going to be starting now lap number 13 of 15 as they start to make the run down towards turn number 1. And as they do, it looks like the 55 of Schechter. He's got maybe the largest lead that he's had all race, Brian, at about, I'd put it at probably around 2 car lengths, although Harrison, again, resets fast lap, and he carries good speed through turn 1, but, that 55 car, he's just making it very difficult to get the over-under done at turn 1.
Yeah, again, that line that we talk about that Schechter runs into, and they are going to run up on the back gearboxes here of Amy Gold and Eric Prepsius. Eric Prepsius is able to get ahead of Amy Gold for 13th position. That's going to move Amy back down to 14th. But within 3 laps to go, Greg, our leaders are going to run up on those on that Amy Gold and Eric Prepsius machine. It's just a matter of where are they going to run up on them, and is that going to help Mac Harrison get around Sam Schechter, who's led from the green flag.
Attention in the paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 2, Big Bore. Big Bore drivers, race group number 2, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, Greg, we talked about our leaders now just now crossing the start-finish line. They're headed down into turn 1. That gap is really open, so you can tell where Mac Harrison just didn't get through that 7, 8, and 9 turn, probably where our overall leaders came up. Sam Schechter was able to get through there. He's opened up that gap now by almost a second over Mac Harrison with 2 laps to go. Take a look at our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place battle. That's still going on there as they start to come out of turn 1 now, or turn 2 headed up. Donald Privet opened up, so Donald Privet's going to be your last podium spot right now. Holding on, you still got Steve Shue and Matthew Polk. That's 4th and 5th coming in there, but they've dropped back a little bit. Privet's got about a second lead over Matthew Polk in that 09 machine.
All right, our leaders now coming up out of turn 8, starting to head up the hill towards turn 10. When they come by the start-finish line, they'll get that 1 to go board. No white flag here at Summit, but they'll get a 1 to go as they come out of turn 10 right now, as Sam Schechter is your leader. And Brian, he's now stretched things out to about 6 car lengths over Mac Harrison as they cross the start-finish line. Again, you don't see that white flag flying, but rest assured there's a big board with a number 1 on it. Sam Schechter knows he is now working his last lap as they are coming down now into turn number 1, and Harrison closes things down a little bit. But Brian, just when after Harrison had set fast lap after fast lap, right before that 1 to go, Sam Schechter turned in fast lap. He put in a 120.471, almost a tenth faster than Harrison has run all race long, and now that gap about 6.
Yeah, remember last time by they got into that traffic with Amy Gold and Eric Prepsius, and that enabled Schechter to get that far out. So Mac Harrison just not able to reel back in Sam Schechter as they start to come through the second half of this course.
All right, as they work their way down through the carousel now, we'll see if Harrison can close things up as they're going through turn 8 now, and we'll see here as they head up the hill. And that lead that Sam Schechter has held for the last lap and a half or so, about 6, maybe 8 car lengths, holds true as they come out of turn number 10 for the very last time here and start to make their way down the front straight. And as they cross the finish line, taking the win, It's Sam Schechter, your winner today. The Boyd's, Maryland driver wins with an advantage of a full second over Mac Harrison. Don Privet will come home in third. Stephen Shue finishes just off the podium.
Greg.
Yeah,
Matthew Polk is going to end up in the fourth position here. Stephen Shue is going to end up in fifth. Sorry.
Oh, yep, you're absolutely right there as they come across the line. As Polk comes in fourth, Stephen Shue in the 81 machine will come home in fifth. That's what I get for jumping the gun again before they actually come out of the corner. Look at this, side by side. And the battle now for sixth position, Aaron Meisner, Mike Kosuth, side by side at the line. Meisner beats him to the finish. Meisner finishes in sixth, margin over Mike Kosuth, 76 thousandths of a second. Kosuth finishes in seventh. Tom Kirchman will finish in eighth. Bruce Kreminga works his way up to ninth. J. Mark Wendling will round out the top 10. Wow, that was a great race there. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final. I know we've done three already. Let's make a final call to the grid for a very big bore group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 2. This is your final call to the grid. You will be the last race before lunch. Race group number 2, you will be the last race before lunch. Please head to the grid now. You are scheduled to be on track in just a few moments. And so, Brian, we've got a lot of things going on here this weekend. We've got some very special guests, both on track and off track. But quickly, really just want to talk for a second about what we have coming up for our big charity event over Labor Day.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
All right, and before we take a break here up in the booth, I want to thank our presenting sponsor for joining us here this weekend, bringing you all the action here from Summit Point Raceway. It's the Autoverse.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
All right, so we'll be back here in just a few moments with our second race of the day, our big bore race. You are watching the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse with special guest spec Corvette, USTCC. Also, the Regional American Sedan Challenge we're going to have on track in just a moment, and we'll be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, after a pretty darn exciting Spec Racer Ford race, we have a very large contingent of ground pounders here, the big bore guys.
I tell you what, Greg, this is the largest group that I have seen since I've been coming here, and it's been a very long time for this group. I am very excited to sit and watch this. I think not only are we going to have battles overall, but there's going to be a lot of battles in class, going through here. So it's going to be a fantastic race. So if you're someone who's into this type of racing and you're into this multi-class racing, get up on your chair, get up on your perch, do whatever you got to do, and you got to take a look at this because this is gonna really be a fantastic race.
It is, Brian. So in our big bore race, and this has our GT cars, our American stand cars, our Super Touring Under cars, the touring cars as well. We had 32 drivers go out and set qualifying times this morning. We're going to have a split start that we are going to have in our first group. Essentially, every one of our classes, with the exception of American Sedan. This weekend, we've got the American Sedan Regional Challenge here, and 13 drivers in American Sedan set qualifying times. They're going to be going out behind a second pace car, although we may just have one in a split between the two. Let's start to run down the starting order here. Starting 19th in our first group, driving the number 51 GT1 Chevy Corvette, it's Joseph Folia. Then we've got Jasper Drengler. Some interesting notes about Jasper. We'll talk about him during the race, I'm sure. Jasper's driving the number 01 Touring 2 Honda Civic. He's out of Shawano, Wisconsin. Then we've got Jerry Hudson. He starts 17th in the GT2 number 03 Panos with Alan Lesher starting 16th. He's driving the number 07 STU Dodge Neon. Running a Porsche Spec Boxster in T3, the number 39 car, Jerome Welty will start 15th. Starting 14th, Jonathan Hansen in his number 92 T1 Ford Mustang. Starting lucky 13, driving the number 4 T3 Mazda Miata, it's a former T3 national champion, Robbie Hines. Starting 12th, driving the number 43 GT1 Chevy Camaro, James Benson, with Mark Liller starting 11th. He's driving the number 127 STU Mazda Miata. Andrew Connor is going to start 10th today. He's driving the number 66 United States Touring Car Championship BMW. He's representing the South Jersey region. Then we've got Scott Luttrell starting in 9th. He's driving the number 121 Mini Cooper. He is your STU pole sitter. Robert Hayshak will be starting 8th. He's driving the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. Coyote Black will start 7th. He's driving the number 13. We have two numbers. Oh, no, he's driving Lucky 13 as opposed to starting Lucky 13. The number 13 Porsche Cayman in USTCC. Tim Proctor starts 6th. He's driving the number 98 GT3 Nissan 240SX with Anthony Pacelli, your pole sitter in USTCC. He's driving the number 44 Subaru Impreza. Starting 4th today, your pole sitter in Touring 3. His first outing in this race car, a Ford Mustang. It's Chip Herr. Then starting on the inside of row number 2 in the GT1 TA2 Camaro, it's Andrew Mistak. Interesting that he's running that car in GT1 today. And your front row, driving the number 27 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Jonathan Vasquez, and then Warren Montague with a qualifying time of 117.752. He's driving the number 37 GT3 Toyota Celica. He's your pole sitter for the first group. Now let's take a look at our American sedans as they get ready to roll off the grid. Starting 13th, driving the number 60 Ford Mustang, it's Melvin Miller. Starting 12th, driving the 06 Ford Mustang, Daniel Licklider. Joe Tranchita is driving a Pontiac Firebird. It's the number 48 car. He starts 11th. Starting 10th in American Sedan. Driving the number 7 Ford Mustang, it's Jimmy DeMarco. Starting 9th, driving the 171 Camaro, it's Jason Smith with Steve Tomolo Jr. Starting in 8th, he's driving a Ford Mustang. Chris Maggio will start in 7th. He's got one of the big boys in American Sedan. He's got the Dodge Challenger. All right, starting 6th. Driving the number 63 Chevy Camaro, it's John Blanchard with George Gustafson. Starting 5th, he's driving the 151 Pontiac Firebird. Thomas Brown will start 4th today. He's driving the number 23 Chevy Camaro with Jared Licklider starting 3rd. He's driving the number 170 Ford Mustang. Brian Licklider will start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 89 Ford Mustang, and your pole sitter in American Sedan, two-time national champion in the class with a qualifying time of 121.228. It's Greg Eaton.
Whew, that's a mouthful right there, getting through that.
Certainly is, Brian, and it's getting hot in here.
Yeah, well, we kind of left the AC down, and we got to let it cool off a little bit before we do it. I did say this as I know we're getting ready to get started, and I said I was going to say it, and good thing he's in the car and he can't hear me. But good to see Coyote Black off of pit lane today. So.
Yeah, the fact that he made it to the starter bridge is
that's exactly right.
It's an emotional win for him, I'm sure. All right, our first group coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Again, your pole sitter is Warren Montague, and that GT3 car just gets bottled up and spit out as they go down the front straight as some of the big V8 power goes right on by as we've got the Mistack machine, Andrew Mistack, in his TA2 Camaro running in GT1 this weekend. He takes the point as they go down into turn one as the field starts to filter through, and we'll catch up with them in a second. Let's take a look at this American sedan start here as they're coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, and there is the green flag in the air for our American sedan racers. Again, pole sitter Greg Eaton with the lick lighters beside and behind as they make their way down to turn one, and Eaton with a very good jump. He comes right across the nose of Brian Licklider, and he's going to lead that American sedan field through turn one.
I'll tell you what, Greg, let's, one of the cars that we did not mention in the starting lineup, because I think he was late to it, is the 22 of Roger Maida. He's also in that USTCC. You talk about Warren Montague in that start. I don't think he was prepared to start, or he just really wasn't, or missed a shift or something.
I think he was prepared. That Toyota doesn't have the torques that the V8s around him have.
Yeah, it's like he's got to get going. It's like all about momentum. And, he probably sat there and said, okay, gentlemen, if you guys want to go, meaning Andrew Mistack and Jonathan Vasquez, go ahead. But now as they cross the start-finish line here and they head down into turn one, Montague's closed right on that back bumper of Jonathan Vasquez in that T1 number 27 machine. And now we've got Mistack going around into turn one, waving yellow, sitting in the middle of the racetrack. That was your leader going in. You had Vasquez and Montague. They both had to make evasive actions. Montague got through that as well as Vasquez, but now Montague's going to open up that overall by about 4 car lengths, Greg, as they head up and out of turn 3.
Yeah, and so that local caution now has been withdrawn over at turn 1. And just in time as our American sedan racers are coming across the start-finish line as they're completing their first lap and heading down towards turn 1, as we have Greg Eaton maintaining his, I'd say, about a 6 car length advantage right now over the rest of the American sedan field. Brian Licklider running second, Thomas Brown running in third. Now, I know our timing scoring that we have on our screen here for you, it's not going to break things down by class for you. So here after one lap in USTCC, Anthony Pacelli does lead Coyote Black by about 2.5 seconds. And now after that, we'll jump back over for go to GT3, where Warren Montague is now our overall leader after we had the Mistack car go around. Montague just sets the fastest lap of the race. Not a surprise for our pole sitter today, Tim Proctor, running a distant second in GT3.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, real quick, Roger Maida, I talked about him on pit road along with 60 of Melvin Miller. Their races are now done. We drop back just a little bit further, and again, may not be, it's definitely not for class, but you've got Chip Herr and Anthony Pacelli. That's third and fourth overall. That's Chip Herr in the T3 Ford Mustang, and Anthony Pacelli in that Subaru Impreza WRX. That is the USTCC lead. They were nose to tail coming, and you know what? They're paddocked right next to each other. They just went up through turn 3, getting ready to head down the hill towards turn 4 and turn 5 right now. That was an intense battle as they went through 1 and 2 last time by.
All right, tell you what, let's pick up one of our American sedan battles as they're heading down into turn number 1. This is George Gustafson in the 151 machine and John Blanchard. This is the battle for 5th right now. As they roll into the corner there, the silver 170, probably the silver 151, and then that green 63 machine of Blanchard as they come out and make their way down towards turn number 3. Very close running there, and they've got a little bit of a gap back to Chris Majwa that is running in 7th position in the number 77 machine, and we'll follow them for a little bit, and then maybe we'll pick up that battle for 3rd overall, which is definitely heating up again. Not a battle in class, but a great fight nonetheless. But Brian, after watching the Spec Racer Fords in that last race and how nimble they are around this course, to watch the differing lines that some of these larger machines have to take. I don't want to say they're lumbering around Summit Point, but there's a big difference there. Is when a Dodge Challenger tries to get the car to rotate through turn 5, it's just kind of get out of the throttle and and just kind of coast around the corner as opposed
yeah,
to getting in the throttle.
there is no lumbering here, right? You talked about the last time buying that American sedan with John Blanchard and George Gustafson, that 63 and that 151 machine. Blanchard has now gotten around Gustafson on this lap as they're heading down into turn 1 and turn 2 right now in that green number 63 Chevrolet Camaro. So put Blanchard up into 5th place. Greg, I want to drop and try to pick up our American sedan leaders maybe next time by. Gregory Eaton leading by about 9/10 of a second, but Brian Licklider coming out of turn 10 last time by, he closed that gap tremendously as they got to the start-finish line. So that 9/10 of a second was probably about a second and a half, but again, as they start to head through some of this other traffic, they're going to start to close together.
All right, so we will we'll pick them up here in just a minute when we see Eaton bringing the American sedan field through turn 10. We'll try to get a beat on them here.
Here he comes now.
Yes.
So they're just now coming out of turn 10.
Yep, and coming down the front straight at about, I'd say probably about 6 car lengths now, separating the 21 and the 89, the two black American sedan machines. They've got a pretty good gap back to the next racer, which is Tom Brown, who is running 3rd in American sedan. But Licklider, that last time by, he actually lost a couple tenths to Greg Eaton as they're making their way out of turn 2 now.
Yeah, making their way out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Now you've got Eaton. He's going to go around the Rob Hines machine, which is something you don't see very often. They're going to go around Robbie Hines in that number 4 Miata T3 machine. But Brian Licklider's starting to close the gap, Greg, because they're coming up on some traffic as they're starting to work their way back into our group number 1.
That's right, and so Andrew Mistak, our driver who spun on at the end of lap number 1, going into lap number 2, he is starting to work his recovery drive, Brian, as he is coming up through the field. Mistak has made his way back up at the 4th position overall, and he's still about 4/10 off of what our overall leaders are running. But Jonathan Vasquez, your T1 leader, is the overall leader. Although Warren Montague in that bright yellow GT3 Toyota Celica, our pole sitter today, running in 2nd. He's starting to close things down. He just ran the fastest lap overall.
Yeah, we've got a couple battles going on here, up not in for class, but as they come to turn 3 right now, I tell you what, we had one car that got really loose, and I believe that is Jasper Drengler. You talked about him early in that 01 machine, in that Honda Civic SI, got really, really loose right in front of Coyote Black and Chip Herr, who's dropped back just a little bit from the start of this race, Craig.
Yeah, and so we said we wanted to talk a little bit about Jasper. A really neat story. With Jasper Drengler in the Honda Civic. That is a former Pirelli World Challenge touring car Honda Civic. And Jasper is, as far as I know, and he touts this as well, he is the only racer to have raced in all 50 states of the nation. He's done that not just road racing, but he's done some circle track as well. And he's getting close to 200 different tracks altogether. So that includes, obviously, Alaska. It includes Hawaii as well. And he had spent a number of years racing on the Super Tour in that Honda Civic. And this is his very first time coming out to Summit Point Raceway. So let's take a look here now, and obviously good luck to Jasper right now in Touring 2. He is the only racer in class. But now we've got the great battle for the lead in American sedan now as they just cross the start-finish line. Then they're barreling down into turn number 1. It is Greg Eaton and one of the Licklighters there side by side, and they're right behind. There they are as they head down side by side into turn number 1. And getting the lead now in American sedan, it is now Brian Licklider out of Hamburg, Pennsylvania, in the number 89 machine. He gets around two-time national champ Greg Eaton as they come out of and make their way now up towards turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like Eaton was able to get back around as they went by the Mark Liller machine in that 127, so back up into turn 3. So we'll have to pick them up in turn 5, see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off Brian Licklider. There they go. It's about a half a car length there on your screen as they go through turn 5. So when they get through 6, 7, and 8, we'll pick them up again. But, Greg, I'm not sure what happened there, but Licklider got a fantastic run out of turn 10, used a little bit of that draft to come up there with those 2 Ford Mustangs, and that actually, he was faster and ahead of Gregory Eaton when they crossed the start-finish line. But as I said, Eaton was able to get through turn 2 and up through turn 3 just a little bit better.
All right now, just to quickly recap, and now as they're coming down the front straight, it looks like Licklider is running center of track. He's lost a little bit of that pace. Now, maybe about 4 car lengths back from Greg Eaton, but Brian, they are coming up on quite a bit more slower traffic directly ahead of him. Just to quickly fill things in here, Scott Luttrell is your leader in STU. He's got about an 8-second advantage over Mark Liller and Alan Lesher. Liller running the 127 Mazda Miata this weekend, and I believe that's a T4 car. Definitely overmatched in STU. In GT1, Andrew Mistak is your leader by almost a half second over, almost a half minute over James Benson, with Joe Foley in second, and of course David Smith running in third. Chip Herr leads T3 by about a half minute over Jerome Welt, and Jerome in his spec Porsche Boxster. He's got a pretty difficult fight with him right now for second with Robbie Hines in the MX-5. Maybe we'll check in on that race in a little while. Anthony Pacelli leads the U.S. Touring Car Championship. Andrew Connor in his BMW second, Coyote Black in third. Warren Montague leads GT3.
Greg, I tell you what, we talked about Licklider and Eaton. They're starting to come up, as you said, into the back of some of these American sedans, but they're getting ready to put a lap down on to the 121 there. They're heading down into turn 1 right now. So, again, they're going to be in some heavy traffic. We're going to see whether or not Licklider is going to be able to close the door again as Gregory Eaton goes ahead of some of these slower cars there. He's able to get through a little bit better. That's going to slow Licklider up, Greg. That gap is going to widen.
All right, let's see if we could jump as they're working their way through traffic. Let's see if we could jump to this battle I was telling you about for second in Touring 3 between Jerome Welt in the silver Boxster and Robbie Hines in the light blue Mazda Miata. They're coming out of turn 2 right now and starting to make their way down to turn 3. They're actually right behind that yellow Celica of Montague, and it looks like Welt got a really good jump out of turn 2. He was able to open things up, whereas it was about 2 car lengths going into 1. It's now about 6 car lengths, and I think Robbie Hines, Brian, he's probably using every advantage that Miata chassis has, which is basically being able to carry the car deep in the corners, getting on the brakes late to just stay close to the Porsche Boxster, because he's way outmatched in the horsepower.
Yeah, department. And Coyote Black pulling off, coming into pits. So Coyote Black's day is done with about 6 laps left to go here. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, Robbie Hines working to get deep into there, but, really much outmatched as, with that Boxster.
All right, as we are now working lap number 10 of 15, as Jonathan Vasquez crosses the start-finish line, and he's in a mountain of traffic right now in his Touring 1 BMW M3, working lap number 11, as Montague, who was our pole sitter, is just now going into turn 1. Yeah.
Vasquez he's going to get in there. He's going to end up coming up, I would say, probably, Greg, in the next probably 3 laps, maybe 4 laps. So probably with 1 to go, he's probably going to come back up into that American sedan battle we talked about with Licklider and Gregory Eaton. Licklider's not going away. We got that, Eaton got that gap going through some of that slower traffic last time by, Greg. Licklider's kind of closed that down a little bit. It looks like we have one of our Ford Mustangs. I'm not sure if this is Chip Herr or if this is one of our American sedans. I think it looks like it's one of our American sedans that is going to be coming in. That may be the 7 of Jimmy DeMarco. We'll have to see, because I think here comes Chip Herr now,
out of 10. Yeah.
Out of 10.
All right, and here comes that battle for the lead in American sedan right behind him. Now, that is, again, Greg Eaton and Brian Licklider as they come across the start-finish line and start to head down into turn 1. They are now starting their 11th lap, and they may lose a lap in this race because Jonathan Vasquez, our overall leader in the dark gray number 27 BMW, he just went into turn number 1. And I mean, not a huge surprise that Vasquez is running a faster pace than the American sedan cars. But that last time by, he ran about a 119.5, whereas our American sedan racers, the American sedan racers are running somewhere in the 127 range thereabouts. So a bit of a differential.
Yeah, it looks like we got one of the other Licklighters, the 06 of Daniel Licklider. He's kind of in pit out there, so he's obviously got a problem, got off the racetrack and got right down there or started to go back out. I wasn't able to turn around and see that, but then didn't make it out. So our safety team pushing him back behind the wall, so I think his day is going to be done. But you talked about that Jonathan Vasquez. He's going to come up on that Gregory Eaton Licklider. We'll have to take a look because they're just now getting ready to come out of turn 10. They've gotten around Chip Herr. But, Greg, I think this is a battle that's going to go right down to the last lap here. So we're going to have to see whether or not, here comes Vasquez as well, whether or not they're going to get 3 laps or where they're either going to get 2 laps or 3 laps, depending on if Vasquez catches them.
Right, exactly. So Vasquez is now working lap number 13 as our American sedan leaders had just completed lap number 11. So just about a full lap down here with Chip Herr directly behind as Vasquez has to do a little bit of work through turn 3. He comes up onto the back of the oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jerry Hudson.
Jerry Hudson, the Panos.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember. Oh, yeah, Panos. Yeah, there you go. In the Panos coupe, a Ford Mustang-powered machine that was championed by Don Panos originally, and a number of them ran in American Le Mans Series back in the day. Here, as we're going to have that American sedan fight come up out of turn 10 here in just a moment. And here they come, coming out of turn 8. And up the hill and underneath the bridge, and as they come now into turn number 10, you can see they're starting to come up, and it looks like they're coming up behind another one of the American sedan machines. It's the number 30 machine that they are just about to put a lap down. That is Steve Tomolo in the number 30 Mustang. Steve is currently running 7th in American sedan, so our American sedan leader is really working through a good portion of the field.
Yeah, I tell you what, but you also got, now they're getting the blue flag there to let them know, hey, here comes a leader as Vasquez, Brian Licklider not wanting to let Jonathan Vasquez by because he wants that additional lap to try to pick to try to catch up to Gregory Eaton. But I don't think Vasquez is going to have anything to say about that, or he's going to have something to say about that, and he's going to go around Brian Licklider at some point as they get down into turn 5.
All right, and we just have received the word Jonathan Vasquez, or whoever our leader might be, will be receiving that 1 to go board here in just a moment, and we'll pick that up when it happens. Here, he'll be coming out of turn 10 in just a moment, but the plan is to stay with that American sedan battle as it is definitely picking up as our leader Vasquez now comes through turn 8, starting to make his way underneath the bridge. And he is rolling through turn 10 right now. And a matter of fact, Vasquez is right between our 2 American sedan leaders. So as we have Greg Eaton crossing the start-finish line, he crosses just before Vasquez gets that 1 to go. If Vasquez gets around at this point, I guess, Brian, it really doesn't matter much.
So it's really going to make it difficult because if Vasquez gets around Eaton, then that brings Brian Licklider back
into
in.
the fight.
If not, then that puts Brian Licklider almost that full lap down. It's going to be tough to get Eaton as they come out of turn 2 and go up into turn 3. Vasquez doesn't look like he's going to really push the issue all that much against our 6th overall placing.
Well,
Greg Eaton.
that would infuriate me, as the second place runner in American sedan if we just had the guy who planted himself right in the middle there of the race. But they're coming down here, coming down the hill into turn 5, and you can see we've got the two Mustangs, and they sitting right between them is a BMW M3 with a big wing. That's how you're going to be able to tell them apart as we go and watch and follow them as they come into turn 8 now and start to run up the hill. And so Vasquez is the second car in the line there. He is your overall leader. As they come out of 10, I think probably the biggest thing Greg Eaton could hope for is that he holds off Vasquez, but it looks like Licklider is going to hold station. So now as they cross the line, Vasquez takes the win, but Greg Eaton's got to do a whole nother lap to take
I was just getting
finish
ready.
his race.
We were sending hand signals up here going, Eaton's got to go around again.
Yeah.
Because he didn't take it. Because if he backs out of it and thinks that, he got the checkered at the same time, which Greg, I have to be honest, he didn't do that. So
Right.
Vasquez slowed down, which means Brian Licklider is going to have to slow down. Eaton's going to turn around and go all the way there. So that's going to give the American sedan, and we got our 43 of our GT1 machine of James Benson. As soon as he crosses the start-finish line, he made the beeline to the right-hand side of the racetrack.
And the deal was with Benson, Brian, is he had actually come down the pit lane, had the crew looking at the car. He came out to take the checkered flag, and then took to the access road. So obviously some issues there, but Benson will come home second, a lap down in GT1 as the rest of our racers filter through here, and we'll go and break things down by class. And again, this is our last race of the morning. I almost said the last race of the day. That would have been like last week in New Jersey.
So wrong.
I know. No, I don't want to jinx it, but no thunder and no lightning here. Here comes Greg Eaton, who should be our last driver to take the checkered flags. And now let me go and run down the finishing order here. First off, we'll give you the top 5 overall. Jonathan Vasquez in his T1 BMW is your overall winner, with Warren Montague in his GT3 Celica finishing second. Andrew Mistak in his GT1 Camaro finishing in third. Tim Proctor in a GT3 Nissan 240SX finishing fourth. Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru WRX wins USTCC. Now let's move over and we'll break it down by class here. And let's start off with Touring 1 and our overall winner there, Jonathan Vasquez, finishing second in T1, Jonathan Hansen, who finishes a lap down. If we then move over to Touring, let's go to Touring 3, where Chip Hurt takes the win, commanding win, almost 40 seconds over Jerome Welty. Robbie Hines finishes in third. In GT1, Andrew Mistak is your winner in his TA2 Camaro. James Benson finishing in second. David Smith will finish in third, with Joseph Folia finishing 2 laps down in fourth. In GT2, our sole driver, Jerry Hudson, in his Panos. And then let's move over. Touring 2, Jasper Drengler, our sole driver in class. Robert Hayshak, our sole driver in SPO. And let's move over to USTCC, where Anthony Pacelli took the win. Andrew Connor finishing second in his BMW, with Coyote Black finishing third. Roger Maeda finishing a distant fourth as he retired that car early. Next, let's take a look at who we have coming up next. I believe the only classes we have left, STU, Mark Liller taking the win over Scott Luttrell, and that was actually a pretty close race at the end. Margin of victory for Liller, 1.3 seconds as he got around the Mini Cooper of Scott Luttrell. Alan Lesher finishes in third. And so let's finally now move over to American Sedan, where Greg Eaton takes the win over Brian Licklider. Jared Licklider will finish second. Brian Licklider finishes second. Jared Licklider will finish in third. John Blanchard fourth. George Gustafson fifth. Chris Maja would finish in sixth. Steve Tumlo seventh. Jason Smith eighth. Joe Tranchita ninth. Jimmy DeMarco finishes in 10th. All right, and as far as American Sedan goes, I think I mentioned here that have a very big contingent that are here from the American Sedan Regional Challenge, the ASRC, and great to see the turnout here. They had the first round of their championship a few weeks ago at Watkins Glen after Summit Point, they will be back at Pit Race in August, which I believe is another Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event. And then in October, they'll wrap up their season at Mid-Ohio. All right, so just gotten word that we are going to lunch, and we will have cars back on course at 1:20 p.m. So we'll be back with you probably right around 1:15 to get you all set up as we have 6 more races here today from Summit Point Raceway, the first day of the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. We'll be back. Enjoy lunch, everybody.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flag
And welcome back from lunch, everybody, here at Summit Point Raceway, where it is the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse, part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. We've also got special guests, U.S. Touring Car Championship, Spec Corvette, and the American Sedan Regional Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we also have Spencer Gaynor here pushing all the buttons and making us
Making us look good.
Yeah,
That's
certainly.
really what
Nothing
it
will
is.
make us sound good, but at least he can make us look good.
Yeah. Well,
so I want to thank.
you got your work cut out for you, Spencer.
Yeah, he's already got the job. He's been on the job for about 30 minutes, and we ain't replacing him. So, thank you. So Brian, we've got 6 more races this afternoon. Let's quickly, Spencer, why don't we bring up the schedule here today? What we've got coming up here? We've got 6 more races. We're going to be starting off the afternoon with race group number 3, which is our small bore group. But we've got our open wheel racing, open wheel drivers and prototypes. We've got our bracket racing coming up a little bit later today. And then, of course, what everybody always waits for, Spec Miata and SSM with improved touring as well. And then tomorrow we go feature racing, where we have much longer races. We've got our 20-lap feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Our bracket racers will race twice tomorrow. But as we're getting ready and we're coming back from lunch, Brian, we've got our production car classes. And I think this would be a good time, since we don't have the cars on course making noise yet, to talk a little bit about some special guests that we have here this weekend. And I want to thank Alex Cumming, who was driving one of the Spec Racer Fords in this group, for bringing it to our attention. He's got the folks from No Person Left Behind Outdoors visiting our event here this weekend. It's an organization that focuses on giving access to outdoor activities for wounded veterans of all types, and it started out as a way for veterans with spinal cord injuries to go on hunting trips, which I think is kind of neat. And over the last few years, Alex has been working with the group to get members into cars and get them into racing as well. And he says his connection with the group started about 5 years ago, back in 2018. when he met their president, Adam Kieslowski, and he met him at a military trade show, and they became good friends. Adam's a wounded vet himself, and having lost a limb in Afghanistan, and he's worked tirelessly to grow the organization. And so we really are very happy to have them here. Matter of fact, Dave Sterling, who is one of our starters, came up earlier today and reminded me. I believe this is the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War.
Wow.
So at least this weekend. So I think definitely very timely. But we've got our drivers. We've got the pace car up at the point, Brian. And that means our field here, 26 cars deep, 26, well, I'll tell you what, we had 24 drivers go out and set times in qualifying. I think we have 26 entries. Why don't we run down the starting order?
All right, starting 26th in the number 1 from Bloomfield, New Jersey, that's Carl Richter. Starting 25th from Ferrum, Virginia, in an RX-7, number 45 of Joseph Manowski. Starting 24th from Garrett Valley, Pennsylvania, the 37 is Serena Stevenson. Starting in 23rd position from Tyler, Texas, in a GTP Pinto, 57 of Jonathan Allen. Starting in 22nd from Bristow, Virginia, as Greg just mentioned, in that SRX-7, the 24 of Alex Cumming. Starting in 21st position from Durwood, Maryland, the number 90 of Carolyn Bayer Broering. Starting in the 20th position from Middletown, Maryland, that's the 111 of Carlos Schooler. Starting in the number 19th position from Ellicott City, Maryland, the number 181 of Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting in the 18th position in that number 108 from Strasburg, Virginia, doing double duty this week, that's Miranda Price. Starting in 17th position from Spotsylvania, Virginia, the 06 of Thomas Hunt. Starting in 16th position from Elliston, Virginia, that's Drew Erie. Starting in the 15th position, the number 29 from University Park, Maryland, that's Michael McQueen. Starting in 14th position in the number 11 from Charlestown, West Virginia, that's Bruce Shelton. Starting in the 13th position from Washington, D.C., in the number 13, Ed Kudarakis. Starting in the 12th position from Washington, D.C. as well, the 47 of Charles Harrison. Starting in 11th position from Henrico, Virginia, the number 35 of Al Seam. Starting in 10th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the number 82 of Robert Cahill. Starting in the 9th position from Utica, New York, the 190 of David Colby. Starting in the 8th position from Durwood, Maryland, that's Chuck Allard, and he's in the 50 machine. Starting in the 7th position from Davidsonville, Maryland, the number 21 of Michael Adatoff. Starting in the 6th position from Garrett Valley, Pennsylvania, that's the number 5 of Amber Stevenson. And starting in the 5th position from King George, Virginia, the number 141 of Stephen Hunt. Starting in the 4th position outside the second row in the number 114 from Frederick, Maryland, that's Benjamin Bunk. Starting in the 3rd position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 182 of Ted Cahall. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 4 of Thomas Beverly. And starting on the pole in that E-production machine from Highland, Maryland, that's the 48 of Paul Morcones.
All right, there you go, Brian. And great opportunity talking about a good segue. Paul Marcones, owner of Radial Tire Company, one of the longtime sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Washington, D.C. region. And once again, putting that car on the pole. If I remember, Brian, here is it looks like we've got a car. And yeah, that's a good shot. If we could pick up going into turn 1, actually, for a moment there, you can kind of see on driver's left about 200 feet before you get to the station at turn 1. We've got a car disabled there, Brian, on the side of the track.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get a number. It looks like it may be one of the Miatas, but it looks like you see a little bit of smoke coming out of the back end of that. It looks like they're trying to get it started, just not going anywhere. So sitting over there on driver's right.
Yeah, that is definitely a Miata. We've got our emergency services vehicles responding, our emergency services team responding right now to see if they can get that car moved or removed. And we actually just had 2 cars finally, including Joe Manowski, just join the track here on the pace lap, and they're just now going through turn 1. This, I think, Brian, is probably going to delay our start by at least a lap. Now, if that is the case, the technically the clock will start running, and I believe if the start gets waved off, I believe that first lap will be under a full course caution.
Yeah.
And again, these are 15 lap races.
Yeah, sorry. It looks like they're trying to hook that car up now and get it out of there. So we'll see how long that takes. There's really nowhere to go unless they take it down out of turn 1 and around the skid pad. Then you could probably tow it all the way back up. But
right.
If not, they could bring it all the way around to the cutout here out of turn 2 to give them some time. They may not wave it off. It's going to be hard to determine.
Yeah, we'll see here. Well, the pace car is staying out on track as he's bringing Paul Marconis and the rest of the field now through turn 10. So we are going to have at least one more pace lap. Good opportunity for our drivers, Brian, to do a little extra reconnaissance here on track. As this race should be getting underway, and again, getting underway under a full course caution. We'll verify that in just a moment here, and see if the clock starts running, and indeed it has. So we're going to have our first lap here, first of 15 laps here under full course caution. I wanted to, go ahead, Brian.
No, I was going to bring something up here about the number 5 of Amber Stevenson in that H production.
That's just where I was going.
Okay, I was going to say, watching her practice yesterday, some of these guys in STL were out here running, and she was in that same group and happened to be leading that whole entire group. They literally could not catch that H production, that Mazda.
Yeah, well, it's actually a Toyota Yaris.
Toyota Yaris,
and that is actually a championship-winning car. That car won the national championship runoffs a couple of years ago here, and she picked it up. And I'll tell you, you weren't with us. Larry McLeod and I were calling the races for the Super Tour up at Watkins Glen back in late May, and she had a barn burner of a race with Rick Benazik in his Honda Civic. And, Benazik has been perennially in the top 5 nationally, and she just gave him the most amazing race at the Glen and this was in the second day in the 35-minute race. It was a great fight to watch.
Well, just think about it. In the next half hour, she's going to go a full 29 laps because she's in the next group in the Club Ford as well. So, they'll get that. She'll pull that in, get that other car in through tech. She'll get that one in and get it lined up and get it up on grid and get going. So she is the true meaning of Wonder Woman. If you ever see Amber walking around here, she wears a Wonder Woman fire suit. So that will be that is going to be interesting. So she is going to be playing Wonder Woman in real life here in the next, hour.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I have a feeling that may have been the 182 of Ted Cahall.
And during qualifying, I came in here, and just as we were getting set up, I came to you and I said, hey, I think that car's got a problem, because as soon as it went by the start-finish line, you heard a big bang out of it, and it just sounded like there was nothing but squirrels rattling around in that Miata motor, and I guess, John and everybody back there, hopefully had gotten that fixed, but evidently that does not look like that is the case.
All right, pace car now is on the pit lane, Brian. So we're going to turn the field over to Paul Marconis in the number 48 E production Acura Integra. Thomas Beverly in the green number 4 Honda Civic. That's an STL car to his left, as Dave Sterling, our starter for this race, looks the field over, and there we go. Green flag is in the air, and the front row just shooting away from the rest of the field as we had Steve Hunt in his Mazda Miata, the STL Miata, and Benjamin Bunk in his T4 Subaru BRZ falling much further behind, but side by side, it's the STL and the E-Production Honda powered machines going side by side, and as they come out, Paul Marconis will take the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Marconi is going to lead about a car length and a half over Thomas Beverly in that Honda Civic. But then you got to go back maybe 10, 15 car lengths back. That is your second place in STL. The 141 is Stephen Hunt as they come up through turn 3. Then you have Benjamin Bunk, and then you've got Amber Stevenson. We were just talking about her. And then you got to drop back just a little bit more to the 50 of Chuck Allard.
All right, and it looks like looked like Charles Harrison in the 47 STL Mazda Miata tried to make a move down the inside on Alzheimer's Volkswagen Scirocco at turn number 3. Was able to get that pass done as we'll continue to watch as the field now filtering down through turn 5 for the very first time. One driver going very wide, very deep. That's Alex Cumming, your Spec RX-7 leader, and right now very tight running on lap number 1 in Spec RX-7 as Joe Manowski, who was somewhat late to the grid, ends up right back behind the number 24 machine. Those two RX-7s battling it out for the lead as our leaders now coming through turn 10 here to complete lap number 1. They've got now about a 10 car length advantage over our third place runner overall, Steve Hunt, who's now running second in STL to Tom Beverly. Benjamin Bunk crosses the line. He is your T4 leader. Amber Stevenson running 5th overall in an H production machine. Just absolutely amazing as she now heads down into turn 1. But great fight a little bit further back in STL. Here, actually, it's David Colby in the Honda CRX. That's an F production machine, your F production leader, with Michael Apatoff and Charles Harrison directly behind in STL fighting with him.
I tell you what, you talk about that Apatoff and Charles Harrison. They came out of turn 10. They were almost side by side. Charles Harrison got a great run out of turn 10, and that's going to put him in front of that 21 machine. Now he's going to go a little bit further ahead of them. That's going to put the 13 there of Ed Kudarakis in that T4 Mazda Miata right in there between Charles Harrison and throw in the 35 of Alcim in there as Bruce Shelton is right in behind them. And then you got the 82 of Robert Cahall. That's to 11th, 12th, and 13th, respectively.
All right, Brian. So just got heard comment over the flag net from the starter stand that Alcim in his H production Volkswagen Scirocco, he was shading a little bit out of line before the green flag came out to try and get a little bit better view of the start stand. It's definitely, when you're more than like 3 rows deep, it's very hard to see when that flag comes out because the track does drop down away from the field.
And he doesn't sit very high in the car anyway, right? So you're trying to get a really good look of kind of really what's going on, and you're not able to see that. So moving over there. As it looks like we got Paul Marcones down into turn 1 here, Greg. You could barely see it on the camera. Took the access road to driver's left, not able to get it stopped, turned around, now facing back out. So it looks like he may pick back up in here. He's got to get a clean shot out into the racetrack, but right now it is very difficult as the rest of our field starts to come by the start-finish line.
All right, so Paul Marcones, and you're seeing him come right into our shot right now as the entire field, almost the entire field, goes by. So he goes from first, Brian. We'll see when he comes back around to somewhere around 20th in the field in the span of just a single corner.
Yeah, right now it looks like he is going to be in front of the 108, I believe, of Miranda Price. And Miranda Price right now sitting in 15th, so he's going to drop from first all the way down into probably 14th position in that Acura Integra Type R.
Yeah, and so Paul is the only E-production racer out there today. So in class, it doesn't really affect the whole scheme of things, but I'm sure for the pride, for your pride, it certainly is. And so that now leaves as our overall leader and our STL leader, Tom Beverly, in his in his Honda Civic. So Steve Hunt in his Mazda Miata, he's now going to move up to second overall, but he is almost 20 car lengths back from the class leader.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we should be seeing Paul Marcone if he's coming around turn 10, and he's not. He's coming into the pits, Greg. So he's got obviously some type of brake issue because, like you said, that car went just dead straight off to driver's left there into that access road. As it looks like everybody's starting to get single file out here within this group. The only battle I see right now is coming down through the start-finish line now. That's going to be the gray and yellow and white of Carolyn Bayer Brewing, and then you throw in the 111 there of Carlos Schooler. That is going to be a battle in our H production class, and that is actually going to be for 4th and 5th as they head down into turn 1. Carolyn able to hold him off just a little bit as they went into the corner, but it looks like Carlos is going to get a great run coming out, and he's going to have the lead over Carolyn Bayer Brewing by about a car length and a half, headed up into turn 3.
All right, and a very big and very strong H production field here this weekend, and they are currently battling it out right now for fourth, so they're just off the podium. Carlos having picked up his very first podium in H production, and actually his first win in H production after years of racing that Toyota MR2 and ITB at the last MARRS race back in May. So definitely trying to build on those gains. But as it stands, Amber Stevenson now with, I'd say, probably about a 60 car length advantage over second place runner in H production. That's Chuck Allard in the blue and white, Porsche 924. Here, so we'll see if they can make up any ground, and of course we've got Serena Stevenson, our sole GT light racer, here this weekend in her Mini Cooper.
Yeah, coming out of turn 2, Chuck Allard's going to be being in a battle there with the 190 of David Colby. Again, H production, F production, and then you got to throw in the 35 you talked about Al Same. And then Ed Kudarakis as they head up through turn 3. That's a pretty good 5-car battle. They're all within a car length and a half going through there. So we'll have to pick that up. Again, different classes running in there. You've got a T4 car in there, an H production car with the 35 of Al Seam, then the F production there of David Colby, and then the 50 of Chuck Allard. But a pretty decent battle right there. So as Greg was mentioning, Amber Stevens is going to have a really big lead coming through there. As we look at our overall leader now, we're going to jump back up to the front here. You've got Thomas Beverly in that Honda Civic leading not only that, the overall, but in the STL. And then the 141 of Stephen Hunt just now crossing the start-finish line. It's about 5.5 second lead as they all put a lap on the 37 there of Serena Stevenson as they come through going down into turn 1. So pretty big gap there between our first two STL. Then you got to go all the way back to Charles Harrison, who's sitting in 5th overall. That's your third place battle in STL.
All right, Brian, got a great battle shaping up right now in H production. Coming down into turn number 1, there's a whole pack of cars here. Second in line in that pack coming through turn 1 right now, that's Chuck Allard. He's currently running second in H production in the number 50 Porsche 924, the blue and white Porsche. Directly behind him is the Volkswagen Scirocco, the number 35 machine, the white, blue, and green of Al Syme, and Syme gets around Chuck Allard before they go into turn number 1 to move Syme up into second position, move Chuck Allard down into third.
Yeah, that battle's been happening quite a bit the last couple of laps. That 5 cars, again, different classes, right when I was talking right before we came in there, it's been a battle constantly with all those within a car length and a half of each other the whole entire race.
All right, so our overall leader now is starting to make his way through traffic. Benjamin Bunk, probably not Benjamin Bunk, I'm sorry. That was Tom Beverly in his green Honda Civic starting to find his way through traffic. And if we take a look at some of the other classes, Bruce Shelton has already opened up about a half-minute advantage over Drew Erie with Jonathan Allen running right behind. But let's jump back over, coming down towards the start-finish line right now. That battle for second in H production. There you go. It's Al Syme and then the Porsche directly behind it, that Porsche Chuck Allard, and caught up in that as well is our sole F production driver, David Colby, in his Honda CRX.
Yeah.
And Brian, we've got a big off over at turn 1, and a lot of gravel thrown up in the air. And I'll get the car number here in just a moment.
Yeah, I don't see any flags down there looking down through there, so we'll have to see. But that battle between Syme and Chuck Allard continues as they head up into turn 3. And it was a car that was in front of them. I'm not sure. I'm sure you'll get the number there. But it looks like that car was in front of them going into turn 1.
So that was Amber Stevenson.
Oh.
That went off, our H production leader, and she left a gift, Brian. She left a fender for our quarter workers over at turn number 1.
And as I'm sitting here looking down into turn one, we may have the 16 GTP Pinto of Drew Erie. I saw a lot of smoke out of that tailpipe going in there, so I'm not sure if that was brake lock up or there was some smoke out of the tailpipe. It looked like it was out of the tailpipe, but he's still clicking along there, racing there with Alex Cumming there in that number 24 machine as they head through turn three. So evidently he must have locked up that right front tire quite a bit. So see whether or not that looks. And so that just means we can't talk about Amber anymore because she's leaving stuff for corner workers to pick up.
Yeah, exactly. It depends if she goes back to pick it up before the end of the race or if they have to get it themselves here. But we'll see where she ends up. I was watching, Brian, and they're coming down now in the 5, and I think you just talked about a little bit some of that brake lockup going on. I've been watching the Spec Racer Ford battle between Manowski and Alex Cumming, and I think they've got a car sitting between them right now, and we'll try and pick up who's sitting right between them. But about 2 seconds separating those two drivers. Cumming has kind of had the measure of Manowski for a good portion of this race. At one point, Manowski was running slightly faster lap times. That last time by, though, almost a full second down as they come out of turn 10 right now. And in this group of 4 cars, it's Alex Cumming. We had our overall leader directly behind, and then Joe Manowski is actually back behind the Subaru. I'm sorry, that's not the Subaru. We'll get that other car. I think that's actually the Sylvinski machine. Yeah, it's Larry Sylvinski in his H production Ford Fiesta.
Tell you what, Joe Manowski, the only one with an open face helmet that I noticed.
Really?
I do believe Joe is running.
He's got the Dale Earnhardt.
I think he's going with the Dale Earnhardt theme. I saw him in there the other day, and as a matter of fact, as I look out through the binoculars, yep, he's got the open face helmet. So,
oh my! All right, yeah, I guess
a little wind in your face.
That's right. Well, at least he's got a windshield. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's our open wheel and prototype group. ASR, Club Ford, CFC, Formula 600, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula S, FST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. If your car doesn't have fenders, if it maybe has wings, maybe doesn't have wings, but is not a tin-top car, please come to the grid. Race group number 4, open wheel and prototype racers, please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, let's go back to this SRX-7 now, coming out of turn 10, going by the start-finish line now. That's the 24 of Alex Cumming. Here comes the 45 of Joe Manowski. I tell you what, Greg, Manowski not going away. We've got some of the cars that are, putting them a lap down, where it's having Alex Cumming being able to slow up a little bit in certain situations, which is allowing Manowski Ed Kudarakis goes a little bit off in turn 10 there behind Chuck Allard, but it's allowing Manowski to close the gap a little bit, as they come through turn 3 to get to Alex Cumming. Here comes the 182, Greg, and I think that's the car that we saw that had a problem right off the start of the race there.
Yes.
With Ted Cahall. So evidently they're Big John's able to get that thing fixed up and ready to go.
And got him right back out there. And
maybe they forgot to put fuel in it.
That could be it too. But you mentioned that it was down quite a bit. So Cahall now working lap number 1. When our leaders are working lap number 10 in this 15-lap race. So not a lot of time remaining here.
Yeah, get him out there, get some track time, get something dialed in for tomorrow. I think that's the only thing you could happen. And who knows? You may end up with a car that unfortunately may roll out and you gain another position.
So, and I think this had to do with Paul Marconi's going off at 1, but checking the chat here, Brian, online, Craig J. Pritch when talking about Paul Marconi. He said he was taking the detour to Virginia. And, yeah.
I think you do go some Virginia line down there.
Absolutely. Well, if he'd gone a little bit further, he would have ended up right in our friend Martin Burke's backyard. And Martin is about 50 feet from the West Virginia border. So, yeah, very, very close out there.
Tell you what, we're going to watch some of these cars coming through. I'm going to go to these Crimson cars here that are just now going down into turn 1 with the 82 of Robert Cahall and 13 of Ed Kudarakis. They've been kind of battling here the last 2 laps, and I've been keeping an eye on them. Kudarakis got a run on Robert Cahall last time by, coming out of turn 2 now. It's about a car length and a half, and Kudarakis was coming up on one of the slower cars the last time. Really had to get out of the throttle coming up through turn 3, and it caused the car to just get a little bit sideways there. So he dropped back a little bit. Again, not for a battle in class, as Cahall's running in an STL and Ed Kudarakis is running in T4, but a pretty decent battle between those two as they start to head down into turn 5.
Unmute myself. There we go. All right, Brian, I think we're going to try and pick up here in just a moment that fight for second in age production between Al Syme and Chuck Allard, because it's been tightening up once again. And they are coming out, I thought they were coming out of turn 10. Let's take a look. Actually, our age production leader, Amber Stevenson, is coming through turn 10 currently, which means we should see the Porsche and the Scirocco here momentarily. And here they come. They're out of 10 right now. And Al Syme, he's started to open up a pretty good gap now to Chuck Allard's Porsche as they make the run past start finish and head down into turn number 1. You can see that gap there, probably around 8 to 10 car lengths. And the last time by, Syme was about 0.4 of a second faster here. But I'll tell you, he's actually running fairly close to the pace that Amber Stevenson is running right now. And our H production leader, the downside is, well, he's about 8 seconds behind. So
well that 8 seconds may get a little bit shorter here the next time by, Greg. We'll have to keep an eye on that because she is in some heavy lap traffic as they start to head down into turn 5. Amber Stevenson now going through. She made quick work of that, but she's got the 21 there of Michael Apatow right behind her. He's kind of pushing her a little bit to try to get out there and get away from some of the cars that they're putting a lap down. We'll see whether or not that's going to hold her up. That may bring that second and third place car of Simon Chuck Allard back up into the fold.
And it took me a while to remember the name of the driver who owned that car. Jason Isley is the former owner of that machine, and again has garnered a national championship with it. And let's see, I'm trying to get the year on it. I believe, and I'll have to double check, but I believe it may have been 2015. Let's see. Pardon me, it was 2017 and 2018, 2 years in a row when he took the national championship in his Toyota Yaris.
Yeah.
Or now Amber's Toyota Yaris. And the next time by, Brian, I believe we are currently working, let's see, our leaders are currently working lap number 14. So the next time our current leader, or whoever may have gotten around him, Thomas Beverly, comes to the start-finish line, they'll get that 1-to-go board. So let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, your race is next.
As we are working our last lap, as you saw, Thomas Beverly now, he's down into turn 1, just went by the start-finish line. So Thomas Beverly working the last lap of this race. So if you're going to battle with somebody, now's the time to do it if you're getting close into class. I will tell you, last time by, Serena Stevenson got way out of line there when she looked in the rearview mirror and saw Amber coming. She saw that front nose of Toyota Yaris and said, "No, I'm getting out of the way."
And so Serena, we said it's a GT Light Mini. That is a British Leyland Mini Cooper.
Yes.
Or as I like to call them, the Mini Coopers. As a matter of fact, we now have coming down the front straight, I think Al Syme going by, and actually Al Syme putting as our top two drivers in H production have done already now, starting to work their way through the back of the H production field, having lapped already Larry Slavinsky, also now lapping Carolyn Bayer-Broering as our leader. Our overall leader, Tom Beverly, is your STL leader, as well as coming underneath the bridge and coming into turn number 10 now. And when he crosses a stripe, he's the third car of three coming through turn 10. When he crosses a stripe again, he'll be starting his last lap here as he is working his way past the number 57 GT Pinto of Jonathan Allen. So Tom now has lapped up to he's now lapped all the way up to let's see here.
Well, the 57 that Jonathan Allen was
11th.
already a lap down prior, so
Yeah, he was already a lap down. That's why I was wondering, because I thought didn't think he had lapped up to 11th yet, but he's getting pretty darn close. There's I think the next person in line is probably Carlos Schooler. Actually, he's already lapped Carlos Schooler, so the next person in line will be Miranda Price.
yeah, I think he got to 14th of the 06 of Thomas Hunt in that Mazda Miata. So he did lap Thomas Hunt right before the start-finish line. So anything else behind them, is going to be the end of the race at that point. So.
All right, and just got where Joe Manowski had a little trouble navigating the exit of turn 3. Went for a little ride through the gravel. He's
Coming through turn 10 now.
Yeah, he's coming out of turn 10, and there's actually still like white gravel dust following behind. I once had a driving instructor that called me Pigpen because the car was always dusty and dirty after my extended run through the gravel trap. Maybe Joe's the next in line for that nickname. As we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Beverly, driver of the number 4 STL Honda Civic, that EG 1992 to 95 Honda Civic hatchback, is our STL and overall winner. And Brian, I'm checking the course out to see where the rest of the field is.
Well, because Thomas Beverly took the checkered flag twice.
Oh.
He missed the checkered flag the first time, went completely around again,
you're right, he did.
and took it. So everybody else behind Thomas Beverly,
Oh, my gosh.
they knew to come in. Thomas did not, and he decided he did the old dirt style. He wasn't sure whether the checkered flag was for him or not.
You can
he
never
just
be
kept
too
on
sure.
going.
There you go. And so, yeah, I mean, that happens when you're in a field and you're in traffic. So, and the fact that I missed it by a lap, I see. I told you, Spencer makes us look good. There's nothing that we can do to make us sound good. All right, so taking the win was Tom Beverly. Steve Hunt will finish second overall, second in STL. Benjamin Bunk finishes third overall. He's your winner in Touring 4. Charles Harrison finishes fourth overall. He's going to round out the podium in STL. And then Amber Stevenson in the number 5 machine. She finishes fifth overall. She's your winner in HP. Let's go break things down here by class. It's easy because we already got the podium in STL where it's Beverly, Hunt, and Harrison. Michael Apatow finishes in 4th. Robert Cahall will finish in 5th. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win. Jonathan Allen finishes 2 laps down. Drew Erie, retired after 7 laps. Paul Marcones had the fastest lap of the race, Brian, but he only completed 3 laps. I guess technically he's your E-Production winner. David Colby, our sole driver in F-Production. Serena Stevenson, sole racer in GT Light. In Spec RX-7, Alex Cumming takes the win. Joe Manowski finishes in 2nd in Touring 4. Benjamin Bunk is your winner with Ed Kudarakis finishing in 2nd. So in the H production, Amber Stevenson with the win. Al Syme finishing 2nd. Chuck Allard will finish in 3rd. Then we had Michael McQueen and Carlos Schooler finishing 4th and 5th in a 7-car field. And that brings us to, I think that brings us to the end. Because I think I've just now run through.
It's like the big board. I think we got through all 15 classes in the in the group.
See, I got completely thrown off by Beverly going and taking his victory lap a day early.
Does he get 2 checkered flags down there from Graham because he did it twice?
It's quite possible.
or a conversation.
A conversation from the stewards is more likely than a second checkered flag. All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, open wheel and prototypes. Please head to the grid. Open wheel racers and prototype racers, please head to the grid. All right, so before we take a quick little break, and to thank one of our sponsors, one of our great sponsors bringing you here all the action this season here at Summit Point Raceway, and that is, in honor of Paul Marcone's, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest
Next up
service.
is
They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
all right, so we're going to be back here in just a few moments with our next race, our open wheel race, open wheel prototypes. You are watching the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse here at Summit Point Raceway on YouTube, here at the track. Also, if you're listening on 88.7 on your FM dial, we'll be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse, here with special guests, United States Touring Car Championship, the American Stand Regional Challenge, as well as Spec Corvette. And this is also part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship here this weekend. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor pushing all the buttons for us here. Brian, next race up is going to be our only open wheel and prototype race of the day. And I think as the pace car is getting ready to bring the field around for the pace up, I guess, we kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the last race. Amber Stevenson, she's not only running double duty, but I mean, she literally just got out of winning in that Toyota Yaris. She did not go down to retrieve her fender, by the way. But
when she came in, I didn't see fenders. All her four fenders were on that car. So
apparently,
somebody lost a fender.
Yeah, but apparently there was a piece that came off of it.
Probably the other piece. Yeah.
Regardless, she's going out. She's going out now in a car that doesn't have any fenders. Okay.
So there can't be a call for a fender coming off.
No, certainly not. Exactly. So she's going to be out here in Club Ford. Tell you what, we've got 12 cars that set qualifying times this morning here. Let me go and run down the field for you. Starting 12th, driving the number 33 Elan DPO8 Formula Continental machine, it's John Miro. John Ferreira is starting 11th. He's our sole Formula V driver here this weekend. He's driving a Woomer EV3. Then we've got, starting in 10th, driving the number 18 Club Ford. That's a Royale with cheese. I mean, it's a Royale RP31 from Norwalk, Connecticut. It's Gianni Nunez. Starting 9th in a CFC machine, a Van Diemen chassis. It's another Club Ford from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's Joe Gamble. Then we've got Richard Knobloch. He is starting 8th today. He is our sole P2 driver in the field, and he is driving the number 60 AMAC Nobby 5, which I guess was the last name being Knobloch. I think we now know where the Nobby comes from. That's Knobby, by the way. Starting 7th, driving the number 98 Club Ford. That's a Zinc Z10 from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. It's Sam Iyer. Starting 3rd, driving the number 2 Lola. It is Wayne Nicolette. That's another Club Ford entry. Starting 5th today, driving the number 14 Formula F Van Diemen RF98 from Millersville, Maryland. It's Derek Holmes. The aforementioned Amber Stevenson will start 2nd in Club Ford today. She's driving the number 5 Crossley. and Jake King will be your pole sitter for Club 40, starting third overall in the number 04 Royale RP24. Jamison Huffman will start on the outside of the front row today, driving his Formula Enterprises 2 machine, representing Bullseye Computing Solutions, and your pole sitter. And I don't know what he isn't going to drive this week and drive fast, or not just this week, but this month. Driving the number 10 FE2 entry, sponsored by OG Racing at Keith McDonald and Kids C Camp, with a qualifying time of 1:11.628, Morgan Burkhardt.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be the race to watch here as they're getting ready to come up out of turn 8 right now. So they'll be coming up underneath that bridge, Greg, and get this thing started. We saw Jake King's brother Max last weekend at New Jersey. So
and he raced Morgan in a Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, so we'll see. What Jake does and work against Morgan.
All right, and the field getting tightened up and packed up a little late coming into turn 10, but the starter, John Burkhardt, throws the green flag for his son, and Burkhardt immediately cuts across the nose at Jamison Huffman, the two Formula F machines, stepping out away from the rest of the field. They are now side by side going into turn 1. Directly behind them, though, 3 wide in Club Ford with Jake King, Amber Stevenson, and Wayne Nicolette as they go down into turn number 1.
I'll tell you what, Greg, this is 2/3 of the trio of our Rookies of the Year last year, and these two have had a lot of battles on iRacing and everywhere else, and they're still side by side coming up through turn 3, heading down up over the hill. When we get to turn 5 here in a minute, we have to see neither one of them wants to give an inch on this first lap.
All right. Well, one of them will eventually. Although I've seen them do this in iRacing before.
But you can't push reset here and start over.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. You cannot do that. So we'll see here if either one of them gives up the ghost. Now, a couple months ago now, Jamison took the FE2 track record from his father, Justin Huffman. Justin's not racing here today. There are a couple things online here. One, obviously, is the race win, but I guarantee you that Jamison Huffman does not want to give up that track record to Morgan Burkhardt.
Yeah. Not going to give it up right now, but you're exactly right. I know, both of those machines went a 1:11 this morning. As we look back here at our Club Ford battle here with Jacob King, now throw in Derek Holmes in that Formula Ford, and then the 5 of Amber Stevenson again in that Club Ford. They're going to start to head down in through turn 1 and get ready to come out of turn 2. Amber not letting Jake get too far ahead there, knowing that you've got that battle with that 14 of Derek Holmes.
That's right. So, yeah, exactly. There is Holmes in the Formula F, sitting right in the middle of those older Club Ford chassis. Amber Stevenson in the red, white, and blue. The Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, Wonder Woman livery there, and she's got her driver's suit is a Wonder Woman suit as well, which I think is kind of cool there. Wayne Nicolette falling a little bit behind that battle right there. Currently sitting 6th overall, 3rd in Club Ford.
I tell you what, Greg, as we were waiting for our FE2 battle, they're just now coming through turn 10. And I noticed earlier today when Jamison went out for qualifying, if I'm not mistaken, he had sticker tires on to try to rub them in and get it. I think he wants to go faster with that, try to repeat and beat that track record here. So.
All right. And so the question is, was he just getting them scrubbed in for tomorrow, or is he using them today? Because normally you want to give them about 24 hours or so to cure. Now, as long as we're talking about it, Jamison reset the track record back. It was actually April at a 1:10.77, and at this point, both Burkhardt and Jamison Huffman, they're running about 2 seconds off of that pace currently.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not they go full after it and full send all in as this race continues, or as they just look to get through this race and look to do it tomorrow.
All right, and we've got a car, Brian, heading into the pits. Let's see if we can pick up the number on this machine. And it appears to be one of our Continentals. We'll try and get the number on that in just a moment.
Looks like that may be the 0 of
I believe you're right.
of Joe Gamble from here.
Yes, it is the
I know
zero
that.
car.
Yeah, it looks like they had some problems earlier on today. I saw them playing around with it, walking around. So,
Yep, indeed. So Gamble now, our sole CFC entry, he is heading back to the pits. Nice. Here we go, Brian. And I believe this is the battle for the lead in Club Ford.
no, that would be second. Jacob King has has the lead, but now, when we had the Derek Holmes machine in front of Amber Stevenson the lap before, now Derek Holmes is gone, so he may have gone off somewhere, but now Wayne Nicolette has gotten around Amber Stevenson, and just as we talk about that, Amber Stevenson going up through turn 3 is going to get back by Wayne Nicolette. So that's a great battle for second place in Club Ford.
All right, another car, Brian, heading back into the paddock, and that is the 14 of Derek Holmes. You were asking what happened, and he's got a lot of damage to the front wing, so may have put that car off, may have put it into something.
Yeah.
And we'll try to get word as to whether or not there was another car involved or maybe just an inanimate, unmovable object.
Stuff that you want to give that doesn't.
Exactly. All right, Brian, here quickly, let's make a call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. Our bracket racers, please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As we go back to our Club Ford, as they start to go across the start-finish line again, Jacob King already coming out of turn 2 right now, and then you've got the Amber Stevenson Wayne Nicolette battle. Stevenson opening up by a little bit over Wayne Nicolette, but Wayne Nicolette just not going away. Then you got to go back a little bit further, and you got that 33 of John Miro, who I know had some problems earlier this morning during qualifying. John Miro really only set a fast lap of 141 this morning. I think he only got really one lap in. They were kind of off and on pit road during that 12-minute qualifying session, but Amber Stevens and Wayne Nicolette, that's going to be your battle for second and third in Club Ford, guys. So we're going to have to wait and see how long this battle takes and whether or not Amber is able to open that up, or does Wayne Nicolette let her get out a little bit and then come back in and try to work something out when we get toward the end of the race.
And the next question is, how much longer does Wayne Nicolette let Jake King drive his other car?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, so Jake, and this is, I think, Jake's third or fourth race weekend here as he's coming out of 10 now and coming
is this Wayne's car or is this Joe Marcinski's car?
That's right.
It's Joe Marcinski's car. Well, he's gonna come up here and take you out now for that.
Well, I was gonna say, the next thing is how much longer is Wayne Nicolette gonna let Jake drive Joe Marcinski's car? That's what I meant to say.
I don't think Wayne has a choice there, but no. I think that Wayne's got to really work hard to get around as Miro starts to go around Wayne Nicolette going into turn 1. But, look, he could end up letting Miro go by there and try to work his way back up, too. But now we're going to have almost 3 wide coming up out of turn 2 and turn 3 as they run up onto the back gearbox of that Formula V, Greg. John Miro, Wayne Nicolette, they're going to be nose to gearbox there, headed up to try to catch Amber Stevenson going down into turn 5.
Well, and luckily at this point, they don't have a ton of traffic that they have to deal with as they're starting to roll down the hill now. But they are definitely starting to make up some ground here as they have to. Looks like they've got to find their way around the. I believe is that the I think the Formula F of Holmes is still kind of hanging around, complicating things for the Club Ford racers.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. When we look back at our overall leaders there in Formula Enterprise 2, a lot of bragging talking going on, going to be down there in that thing. I want to stay away from those trailers tonight because both of those cars are going back into the same hauler as they come and they leave here. So Morgan Burkhardt still leading Jameson Huffman by about 2.5 seconds. Still running around the same lap time, so that gap is not going to shrink if you're running the same lap times.
All right, and so Brian, I'm just looking at comparative lap times here. Wayne Nicolette was about 1.3 seconds off of John Miro's Continental. He's just ahead. Although I'll tell you, when they got to the start finish line, they were about a half a car length separating them. There, Amber Stevenson is running in the 21.6s, so a little bit faster than the Continental Miro, but well, a little bit faster than Miro, but a lot faster than Nicolette.
You know, talking to Amber and Serena the other day, they have only done a practice day here. They have not raced here before. Talking to them, they were, asking questions, how do we handle, because she's going back to back, and work that out with people down in tech, and then also work it out with the grid, and, talk about it when you register, they can do it. But, for someone who has only really one practice day here, I think both of them have gotten around this place very, very well, and they're gaining more experience here. And, again, for Amber, really coming out and taking this club forward from that Toyota Yaris, two different motors here. One's a little bit faster than, that's saying a lot about the talent that she has coming in here.
Yeah, it's certainly. All right, so Amber with a pretty good gap back to John Miro, but Wayne Nicolette continues to be challenged by the newer chassis Elan DP08 that John Miro is driving. Miro that last time by was almost half a second slower than Nicolette, so we'll have to see here as we're just about halfway through this 15-lap race, Brian.
And you're going to have our overall leaders here. Morgan Burkhardt, he's going to come up. The next car that he's going to get to is going to be the 2 of Wayne Nicolette. He just went by the 98 of Samuel Iyer, so he's going to catch Nicolette, Miro, and Stevenson here probably in about a half a lap to a lap, Greg.
And and so we were talking about the 2/3 of the DC Region's rookies of the year from last year. Deacon Greenfield is in the chat, and I know he's probably running around the paddock right now. He's the third of the trio that co-own the current Rookie of the Year championship. He says Morgan and Jameson have more open wheel seat time than me, but with another try or two in the FE2, I think I could get on their pace. And and actually the last event here, Deacon was racing in the same car that Morgan is in this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. So the next car that Morgan Burkhardt's going to encounter is, coming out of turn 2 is going to be Amber Stevenson. Amber's going to give up that position there. Let Morgan go around. Kind of on the outside, driver's left there of turn 2. She kind of held that line. He went around it. Now he's going to move. What that does, though, Greg, is that's really going to put a boggle on Jamison Huffman here, because he is having a really tough time getting around Wayne Nicolette in that number 2 machine and that 33 of John Miro as they were headed up into turn 5, headed down the hill, turn 5. We'll see whether or not he's able to get by him, but he looks like he's been struggling.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 5. Our bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, as things are starting to spread out just a little bit here, Brian, the field starting to expand. Wayne Nicolette, who had been sitting right on the gearbox of the 33 of John Miro, they have now been separated out, and Wayne Nicolette, though, gets around John Miro, and so move Miro down into 6th position overall. And we'll see now what Nicolette can do if he can maybe improve his pace just a little bit. Unfortunately, he's now a full 5 seconds behind Amber Stevenson in the battle for second in Club Ford.
Yeah, kind of dropped back. Just now got passed by Jamison Huffman, so it took about a lap and a half for Jamison to get by Wayne Nicolette. And as they head up to turn 3 now, they'll be coming down the hill turn 5 here momentarily. But yeah, Wayne Nicolette was able to open up over that John Miro in that Formula Continental machine. As things really start to get spread out here, Greg, sometimes, people say, oh, well, now you can take it easy on your lap times. No, because if you end up starting to take it easy, that's when things start to happen. You've got to be just as aggressive as you are on the start. You may not be racing against anybody, but, at that point, you've still got to be as aggressive, because if not, that's when things really start to to get out of whack there.
All right, so coming out of turn 10, we had Jamison Huffman in his FE2 machine get past John Miro, and as they come across the start-finish line, he's going to be now looking to get around Wayne Nicolette as well on the run down to turn 1. The gap now, though, it looked like Huffman may have encountered some problems, Brian, that were maybe extend beyond just traffic issues, as that last time by, he was almost 5 seconds off of his best lap of the race.
Well, he really had some problems getting by Wayne Nicolette and John Miro the last lap, especially going down from turn 3 really all the way down into turn 4. Basically had to get it hard on the binders going up into turn 3 behind Nicolette, because at that speed you come up, there's really nowhere for either one of them to go, and Nicolette's running the line trying to get by John Miro as well. And then, just now getting to Amber Stevenson and going by her, as Morgan Burkhart now has put a lap on Jake King. So basically the only one that Morgan has not lapped is Jamison Huffman.
And Deacon Greenfield, he wanted to let us know he is at home. He's not here at the track, so can't lay the smack down when they come into impound. But he says he will be here tomorrow. Hey, so Deacon, I know you have already, but if everybody else, like Deacon, who's watching the broadcast here, likes what y'all see, please go ahead and give us a thumbs up today. And if you haven't already subscribed to the DC Regions YouTube channel, you can do that as well. Clicking on that notification bell, make sure that you find out every time that we go live, like when we're going to go live tomorrow, Brian, which is right around 8:15 a.m., where we're going to have another full day of racing action.
Yeah, and we've got John Miro in that 33 machine, in that Formula Continental, that motor has expired.
Yes, it has.
I can tell you that.
And we can see now coming into view down here at turn 1, there's the contrails, or there are the contrails. A lot of white smoke coming out of the back of that Continental, and it looks like he may have just spun in his own oil down at 1 as well. Brian, we also have a driver that is pulled into the pit lane from pit out. Wow, I think we've got a lot of drivers that are coming into the oil that John Miro's car has laid down.
Jake King all the way up in turn 10 has gone off. I think we've got a really big and I don't know if it's coming off of Miro or it come off from Knobloch, because
it's possible. So real quick, we are going to a full course caution, Brian. We have Jake King, who is our Club Ford leader, off. He stayed out of the gravel. And he's on the grass coming out of turn 10. He just drove past our camera up there. But that is also going to move, I think, Amber Stevenson into the lead now in Club Ford. We also, as you mentioned, we've got Richard Knobloch in his Prototype 2 machine. That car is now on fire right by our Able station. So, it could have been either one of
it could have been either one of them having that problem, Greg.
Yeah, and so Knobloch's car now smoking very heavily, and you actually can see, you can't see the car from where it is, but you can see the smoke. Thanks for bringing that up, Spencer, here, as again, we are under full course caution and currently working lap number 14. So our leader, Morgan Burkhart, who I believe is coming out of turn 10, and we're going to be checkering this race a little bit early. Morgan Burkhart crosses the start-finish line, completes 14 laps, takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2. And something tells me that we're going to have a little bit of downtime after this, Brian, to deal with some oil cleanup from the looks of it, as we've got a number of our emergency services teams heading to their vehicles.
I think we're going to, I think they may have gotten the 60 machine of Knobloch expired, but we may have, part of the John Miro down there that's down there in turn 1, I think, or between turn 1 and turn 2. You can see him. He's kind of high-sided over here in turn 1. If you go over to the camera there, Spencer, you can see where he is. I think they're calling for some emergency equipment down there. He may have a little bit of a hot car.
I'm certain he does. So the way he ended up in that positioning is, as he was slowly coming through turn 1, he spun the car, and I think he probably spun in his own oil.
Yeah, could be.
I would suspect. So let's do this, Brian. Let's run down the finishing order. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, our bracket racing group. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. So let's go. We're going to run down here the top 5, and then we'll break things down by class. Morgan Burkhardt, your winner in FE2. Jamison Huffman finishing second overall in his FE2 machine. Amber Stevenson, your Club Ford winner. She finishes third overall. Wayne Nicolette will finish in fourth in his Club Ford. And then finally, Jake King crosses the stripe. He will finish fifth overall, third in Club Ford. If we go and break things down by class, well, we've already covered the majority of the Club Ford field. Sam Iyer and Gianni Nunez, they finished fourth and fifth in Club Ford. John Ferreira, our sole racer in Formula V, he's going to finish 10th overall. Our sole CFC driver, Joe Gamble, of course, he retired after one lap. Richard Knobloch retired early. Our sole P2 racer, and Knobloch finished 9th overall. Derek Holmes, our sole Formula F driver. Derek Holmes finishes 11th overall, and then John Miro, the Continental driver, will show as finishing in 7th position. All right, so I'm going to put down a tentative restart time of 2:45. I'll update that information on the stream as we get more information. But we're going to take a little bit of a break here up in the tower. And what we'll do is we're going to thank our good friends, another one of our great partners, bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this year at Summit Point Raceway, and that's RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The plan Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway as we are back from our extended oil cleanup in two different places on the track. This is the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here with us in the booth as well, and we are getting ready, Brian, for our bracket racers, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, SBRRS, to head out onto the track for their first of three races this weekend. Much like every other race here today, it's going to be a 15-lap run to the checkered flag. We had 28 drivers put in qualifying times, although as we were explaining bracket racing to Spencer during our downtime, the qualifying is more, it has very,
put you in position on the grid.
Exactly, and hopefully gets you near racers with commensurate lap time.
Sure.
All right, so let's run down the starting order here. We're going to start off 28th, driving a Mazda Miata. It's the number 75 machine, Nathan Reynolds. Rick Meilenbach will start 27th. He's in the number 32 Mazda Miata. David Cook will start 26th. He's in the number 4 Mazda Miata. Chuck Edmondson, driving the number 134 Honda CRX. He starts 25th. Larry Slavinsky, driving the number 181 Ford Fiesta. I got to get used to it being a Fiesta, not a Dodge Neon. Larry is starting 24th. Murphy Nichols with his first race of the season. Great to see Murphy out here. He's from Jefferson, Maryland, and he's driving a Nissan 300ZX. He wanted to make sure that we all know that it's a Z31 chassis. As well. Dennis Jenkins is going to start 22nd. He's in the number 62 Mazda RX-7. He's out of Ocean City, Maryland. Meyer Alzot is driving the number 101 Mazda 2. He's starting 21st. Jeff Liller will start 20th. Jeff is driving the 127 Mazda Miata. He's out of Thurmont, Maryland. And Jack Murchison will start 19th. He's driving the number 58 Mazda Miata. Driving a Ford Focus, that's silver Ford Focus Coupe from Silver Spring, Maryland. Driving the number 74 machine is Steve Martin. He starts 18th. Starting 17th is Jerome Welty from Potomac, Maryland. He's driving his Spec Boxster. It's the number 39 car. Nick, we said that this is like Chevrolet. So Nick Chevrolet from Gum Spring, Virginia, driving a Scion FRS. It's the number 83 car, starts 16th, starting 15th. Charles Harrison driving the number 47 Mazda Miata. Matt Littleton in his BMW 325 will start 14th. That's the 07 car. Then we've got John Blanchard. He starts 13th in the number 63 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Holly, Michigan. Eric Prepsius will start 12th. Eric is driving the number 51 Spec Racer Ford. Chris Benedetto will start 11th. He's in the number 119 BMW 335, while Mike Koseth will start 10th. He's driving the number 5 Spec Racer Ford. Bill Smith, he is driving his BMW M3 today. Bill is out of Charlestown, West Virginia, and he is behind the wheel of the number 05 car. Then we've got a gaggle of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. Starting 8th is Tom Kirchman. He's driving the 162 car. Aaron Meisner driving the 25 will start 7th. Don Privet in the number 57 will start 6th. Keith Frazier will start 5th in the number 7. Stephen Shue in the number 81 Spec Racer Ford will start 4th. Mac Harrison is your top starting Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the number 30 machine. And then we've got Nick Jones in his GT2 Chevy. He'll start 2nd with Marshall Lytle on the pole in his BMW M3.
And we are green flag running, and I tell you what, it is Marshall Lytle going to get side by side with Nick Jones. We've seen Nick Jones here before. Marshall Lytle, he may have a battle on his hands this week, Greg.
That's right. As Jones goes down into turn 1 from the left-hand lane, and he goes right around. Well, no, he doesn't go right around the outside of Marshall Lytle. They are side by side coming down through turns 1 and 2. We had a lot of drivers. You may see what you think is smoke in the air. A lot of drivers going through some of that kitty litter oil dry that was put down as part of the cleanup after our last race. As Lytle jumps out to the lead now here in the bracket racing. But we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Having the overall lead doesn't necessarily mean much for you at this point, Brian.
Tell you what, we talked about Murphy Nichols, him and Chuck Edmondson side by side heading up into turn 3. We'll see where they're at down there in turn 5. I tell you what, Murphy Nichols can't complain on the internet tonight. I can't complain his internet went out, so especially not here. And there's only 2 people down there that will probably know what I'm talking about other than you, right, Greg. But yeah, no, his internet's not going to go out in that car today.
If we see that white Nissan blink in and out on track, turns into like the ghost car or something,
yeah,
then we'll know that there's definitely a problem that isn't iRacing related. All right, so bracket racing. For those of you that are have a little knowledge of drag bracket racing, essentially what we do is we split the I don't want to say split the track, but we split the field up in slices of 2 seconds, multiple brackets, and what we're trying to aim for is some consistency. Drivers that stay within that same 2-second time zone bracket, they will be competing against each other. It is possible for you to break out of your bracket by going a faster lap time. And so what could happen is you could be competing against the driver that is, a car length ahead of you, a car length behind you, but, you get caught in their draft, you end up a second faster than them, and the next thing you know, you're racing with some guy who's actually not the guy directly in front of you, but like 30 car lengths up the road. I know that is totally incomprehensible what I just said, I'll try and give you a little bit better breakdown here in just a minute.
I tell you what, Greg, I'm gonna take a look here, and we'll probably pick this up going down into turn 5 here, Spencer. But Meyer Alzot and Steve Martin. Now, Steve Martin's been at this bracket racing here for a long time, really since we first started this thing. He's been in and out of it. They were side by side going up into turn 3. Steve Martin able to get a little bit ahead of Meyer Alzot, but Meyer Alzot in that Mazda able to just basically get on the gas a lot faster. Steve Martin had to let it roll, and it was just kind of one of those things that Steve had nowhere really to go other than to let Meyer go and then tuck him back behind him. So it was a kind of a pretty good move. That's the moves I think you're going to see here pretty much off and on within this bracket. And Greg, as you talked about, when we get into our brackets after really lap 2, lap 3, that's where things are going to start to evolve to determine not only who you're racing on the racetrack, but who you're racing in your bracket.
All right, getting word from the corners, the 55 machine, Murphy Nichols, being covered by a white flag, and I think he's just came through turn 5, so maybe his car is blinking in and out.
Well, here he comes now.
Yeah,
so
on the front straight.
I'm able to see it, but he, maybe blinked there in the back on the backside.
That's right. So, yep, there he goes, crossing the start-finish line. He is back up to speed, and so we'll see if how that car holds up. So here, Brian, let me get a little more in depth about the bracket racing. So what we do, we have 10 different brackets or classes, and as we mentioned, we split them up in 2-second intervals. For any driver that has a fast lap time during the race of a 1:16.999 or faster, they will be in bracket A1. For drivers that run between a minute 17 and a minute 18.999, they would fall into bracket A2. From 119 flat to 120.999, bracket A3, and so forth. And so you cannot go down a bracket to a slower bracket. You can only go up, and that is the key here. So that is why it really honors consistency more than anything else out here.
Yeah. I tell you what, Greg, let's pick up some of this action. Some of these are double dippers, right? So when we say double dippers, what does that mean? So they can compete in their regular class group plus come in here and bracket. And you can bring a car here that, as long as it meets the SCCA safety standards, you can race in this. So it's not really for anything other than some points in there. And there's trophies that happen during the weekend if you win your bracket. But I tell you what, some of these spec racer Fords, I tell you what, they're on it. I mean, they're racing as if they're racing in their own class here. And a lot of times these drivers will come and they will, it was pretty close there going down into turn 5. They will make changes to see whether or not that's going to work. So they'll go through a lot of setup changes and everything else. One person that's not really changing anything, and that's Marshall Lytle. And for those of you who know, Marshall Lytle's been around here for a long time and has raced. I mean, Marshall's helped me and talking to me through some of these things, knows this track very well, and he's got that BMW, that M3 just on rails right now.
All right, so as we talk more about these brackets, and I understand that the timing and scoring system that we have on the screen doesn't really help you out much when we talk about bracket racing. If you want to go, we'll give you a great website that you can go to. It's called MARRSpoints.com, MARRS points.com, and there is a section there for bracket racing, and you can go to the bracket racing section, click on live, and we'll show you exactly what brackets our racers are falling into. Right now, Marshall Lytle is our only driver in the A3 bracket. That is for racers that are running anywhere between a minute 19 flat and a minute 20.999. Marshall Lytle's fastest lap at the moment, a 119.828. He just set that this last time by. Competing against one another in bracket A4, that's for racers that are have a fast lap time of a 121. Is we've got one of our spec racer Fords, Brian, that has gone around over at turn 1, and we'll hopefully get a number, but that may be, I'm wondering if that is the Schechter machine.
Nah, that doesn't look like. I don't think Schechter's racing here.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I guess it
may
would be the
50.
machine.
That may be the 51 of Eric Prepsius in that machine.
Yeah, there you go. As I call out a car that isn't actually on the racetrack.
And when I'll look, because they just took off here, so when they come out of turn 2, we'll see who that is. But that, looking at it right now, that does look. It
is the 5-1 car. Is the call from
there it is
from the corner station.
Okay.
All right, and so in bracket A4, Nick Jones and Mac Harrison are currently in the same class. Jones in that TA2 Camaro, Harrison in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And there is, at the moment, about 1.1 seconds between those two cars. In bracket, we're waiting for a couple more of them to cross the stripe here. There you go. In bracket A5, it is Keith Frazier, Chris Benedetto, Don Privet, and Steve Shue. Three of those racers, all in Spec Racer Fords, but Chris Benedetto is not. Frazier, currently the leader in that class. And that is for drivers that have run between a 123 flat and a 124.999. And most of those drivers, with the exception of Don Privet, are pretty safe in that bracket. Privet has gotten down to a 123.267, so he's got about 0.2 of a second before he gets bumped up to the next bracket.
I tell you what, Greg, coming out of turn 10, that last time by, Marshall Lytle probably had one of the closest moments you're probably going to see here on this racetrack without something happening, and that was going around the 51 of Eric Prepsius and the 62 of Dennis Jenkins. As they came off of turn 10, Marshall Lytle had to take a little bit of an evasive action all the way over to driver's right because of the speed difference that those three cars came up on each other.
All right, Brian, the number 63 machine, John Blanchard out of Holly, Michigan, in his Chevy Camaro, he's taking his car back to the paddock.
Yeah, very slow last time by here, so obviously having a problem, and he's going to want to get that thing fixed up for tomorrow because he actually ran pretty well, I do believe, in that American Sedan Challenge earlier this morning.
All right, here as we watch the battle here coming down through turn 5. That was actually, as we were just watching a second ago, that was our second and third place drivers on track. Nick Jones and Mac Harrison were locked pretty much nose to tail. And again, those two drivers right now, they are in bracket A4. Don Privet, who's running 6th overall, has now just been bumped up to bracket A4 as well. So he's got a long time to go to pick up those racers as the Camaro now comes out of turn 10. As he is starting to make his way through traffic, but now he's making traffic behind the number 30 machine of the 30 machine of Mac Harrison. But as they weave around some of these slower cars, the Camaro of Jones, he gets right back around that Spec Racer Ford.
Knowing Nick Jones, I tell you what, when he probably looks at his rear view mirror, it's like looking at somebody with a peephole that's only 3'4". You stand there, you don't think there's anybody there. Nick probably doesn't even know Mac's there.
No, probably not. All right, Brian, real quick, we're about halfway through, just a little bit less than halfway through this bracket race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT drivers, race group number 6. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, as we look at some of these brackets, Greg, you talked about it with that A4 bracket with Mac Harrison, Nick Jones, and now throw in Donald Privet. Like you said, Donald Privet sitting 6th overall behind Benedetto. It's again, those three are going to be battling. They were in some heavy traffic last time by, as our overall leader there, Marshall Lytle, who's in a bracket by himself, actually just went by the start-finish line. But here comes the Nick Jones, and here comes the Mac Harrison battle. Tell you what, Nick obviously opens it up on the straightaways as they're getting ready to go by Meyer Alzot now, going down into turn 1. But Mac Harrison able to get through, obviously, the corners a lot better.
All right, as we take a look at some of these classes right now, the A5 bracket has 7 drivers in it currently. This is for drivers whose fast lap is a minute 23 flat to a minute 24.999. It is Frazier, then Benedetto, then Steve Shue, then Aaron Meisner, and then Tom Kirchman. And then we've got Bill Smith and Mike Kosuth in there as well. And most of these drivers look to be fairly safe from having the risk getting bumped up to the next higher class, to the A4 bracket. Then if we look a little bit further back, and I'm just interested to see where Murphy Nichols lies, the ITS Nissan 300Z of Nichols is currently sitting in the B4 bracket. That is the same bracket where Steve Martin and his Focus, Jack Murchison in his Miata, and Jeff Liller in his Miata currently reside. That's for drivers who have lap times from 1:31 to 1:32.999.
Yeah, they start to spread out a little bit on the racetrack here in between, especially like you said, you're in class and you're going. Nick Jones pulls away, obviously, from Mac Harrison down the straightaway, but Nick Jones is going to really come up on some heavy traffic here. That is going to be the Martin machine that we talked about earlier on, along with the Nick Shively, and I believe that is going to be Charles Harrison maybe in there as well. We'll have to see. I've got the 58 machine. Actually, that's not 58. That you're going to have Prepsius in there again. You're going to have Martin, and then you're going to have Nick Jones. And Prepsius is going to go too wide with Steve Martin, which means Nick Jones, he's not going anywhere because he's not going to bit that big that big Camaro in between all those.
There's literally no room for that to go. Great little fight here. Actually, two of them. One down at that was where were we looking? Just at turn 5. I was watching in two of our Spec Racer Ford racers. In very close proximity here right now. I believe it is the, besides the number 8, there's a great fight going on right now between the 57 of Don Privet and the 7 of Keith Frazier. They are both running in the A5 bracket. And actually, let's see here. Privet in the 57 car is actually in the A4 bracket.
Yeah.
And then Frazier is in the A5 bracket, but they are locked nose to tail coming around the track. We're going to see them, I think, coming out of turn 10 in just a moment, and actually a little bit of a gap between them now as they come out of turn 10.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes Privet now. He's going to go across the start-finish line and going to pass Meyer Alzot. Nick Jones, Mac Harrison, that's the same bracket that Privet is in. They're just now coming out of turn 2, clearing turn 3 as Privet goes down into turn 1. So, again, running third in that A4 bracket. But, Greg, we've talked about this before. It doesn't take much. Donald Privet gets a great run off of, some of these drafts. He's coming back on the Chris Benedetto machine, coming on the back bumper of him. Next thing you know, he ends up moving around and could go up into that. I don't think he's going to get that A3 bracket, but, it doesn't take much to get up in there.
No, it definitely doesn't. So we're just watching the 5 and the 162, Mike Kosuth and Tom Kirchman. They are currently running 5th and 6th in the A5 bracket. That's for the 120 minute 23 to minute 25 racers. All again locked nose to tail. But let's do this. Let's take a look coming down the front straight, and there you go. Nick Jones and Mac Harrison, only about 3 car lengths separating them here as they come down the line.
Yeah, as they come down past the start-finish line, that's where we've talked about is Nick Jones. The power is just going to overwhelm Mac Harrison, but Mac Harrison's able to close up in some of these turns, especially through the back half, through turn 5, 6, and 7, almost really into turn 8, because Nick's got to really let it roll a lot longer, where Mac is on the gas. Nick's letting the car roll through some of these turns in order to pick it up, so that's where he's able to gain. For Mac Harrison, and we saw it early on, it's a matter of getting the right traffic in front of Nick to be able to make that pass. And I think that as they're starting to get through some of these, they're going to start coming up into some lap traffic as well, Greg. Murphy Nichols going by the start-finish line, so his blinking has seemed to have sufficed, so he must have plugged in his computer in there.
That's right. Yeah, he can't rely on the wonderful Frederick internet connectivity when he's out here at Summit Point. Fast time for Murphy, a 132.883, and that puts him pretty firmly in that B4 bracket. He doesn't have to worry much about breaking out.
Here comes that Jones battle and that Harrison battle, and they're right next to the 47 machine there. I believe that is Chuck Harrison again.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of these guys doing a lot of these drivers doing double duties. And so, again, you try certain things out here and you learn and you get track time. I mean, that's really what it's all about.
Yeah, and we can see now these two packs coming out of turn 10, Brian, and we'll try to piece things together. But 2 and now 3 wide coming down the front straight. Look at this, as we've got the Spec Racer Ford of Stephen Shu splitting a couple of Miatas here on the front straight. Wow. All right, real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, SM, SM2, and SMT. Your race is next.
You talk about, Stephen Shu splitting the two Miatas. It's like, ganging up on the Miatas with the Spec Racer Fords. It was like one went through, then the other one went through. Murchison and Jeff Liller, if they had to be looking out both sides of the mirror there to determine
Yes.
where they were going.
They need like a 360-degree camera there.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, next time our leader, Marshall Lytle, comes across the start-finish line, he's going to get the one-to-go board as time is definitely running down. So hopefully our Spec Miata drivers will continue to their slow march to the grid. And we can't easily miss Marshall because he's got, I think, the brightest car on track, and that bright orange, I think, X Ed York endurance car.
I was just going to ask that. Is that that's an X Ed York car there?
Yes.
So let's go back to the Stephen Shu, and I believe that is Keith Frazier in that number 7, maybe. They're side by side going down into turns 1 and turns 2. So that is going to be for second right now, sitting in that A5 bracket.
All right, Marshall Lytle coming into turn 10 now. And I think all he has in front of him is Chuck Edmondson and his Honda CRX as he starts to make his way over towards the start-finish line. And there you go. Marshall Lytle's jumping to the inside of the Honda. And so Marshall starting the last lap here. Right now, he is your only driver in the A3 bracket for drivers in the minute 19 to minute 20, we'll call it minute 21. Bracket A4 from a minute 21 to a minute 23 is Nick Jones, Mac Harrison, Don Privet. Bracket A5 for a minute 23 to minute 24, it's Chris Benedetto, your leader there with Keith Frazier, Stephen Shu, Aaron Meisner, Mike Kosuth, Tom Kirchman, and Bill Smith. And so all Spec Racer Fords bookended by the BMW of Chris Benedetto and the BMW of Bill Smith.
Yeah, still a lot of battles really going on, and we talked about this. You could be, running. Benedetto's got to be careful too, Greg. He gets a great run. He's getting close to that times of moving up to that A4, which would put him 4th, which would give this Frazier-Shu battle as they go barreling off down into turn 1 there. That would give them the win in A5.
All right, coming up the hill, coming out of turn 8, Marshall Lytle. He's got another car ahead of him, but he is on his final lap as he comes through turn number 10. Back behind the Mazda 2 of Meyer Alzot, and coming across the line and, taking the overall is Marshall Lytle, our sole driver in the A3 bracket. He's been the entire race. Coming across the stripe now is the Honda CRX of Edmondson. The 62 machine comes across the line. That is Dennis Jenkins in his Mazda RX-7. And there you go, finishing up. Finishing at 15 laps, Nick Jones in the number 178 Chevy Camaro, Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford, and then Don Privet. And it does not appear as though any of those three drivers were going to get bounced from the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. And so Jones will take the win there. Harrison second, Don Privet will finish in third. In bracket A5, and waiting for a few more drivers to come across and see if there are any changes. But it looks like Chris Benedetto in his BMW is going to take the win in A5. That's where drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. And just verifying there, as Benedetto does take the win, then Stephen Shue, then Keith Frazier, Aaron Meisner, Mike Koseth, Tom Kirchman, Bill Smith, as he just crosses the line in his 05 BMW. That is bracket A5. In bracket B1, Eric Prepsius, our sole driver. There in bracket 2, and by the way, bracket 1 is for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. And now as our last driver crosses the start-finish line to finish their race in bracket B2, that's for drivers a minute 27 to a minute 29. It's Matt Littleton, then Chuck Harrison, then Steve Martin, and then finally bracket B. Oh, and it just flipped on me. I was going to say, I think Chuck Edmondson, Nate Reynolds in bracket B5. Is that correct?
Yep, it looks like B5.
Yeah, B5. Here, let's run down. So Chuck Harrison, Nick Shively, Jeff Liller, Steve Martin. That's bracket B3 for a minute 29 to a minute 31. Then Jack Murchison, and my timing screen keeps flipping out here. Give me 1 second, and I will get the rest of Jack Murchison, Dennis Jenkins, Murphy Nichols. That's bracket B4, and then finally in bracket B5, Meyer Alzat, then Chuck Edmondson, then David Cook, Rick Millenback, Nate Reynolds, and Larry Straczynski. All right, so Brian, the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. So that means we're going to be coming back right at around 3:35, give or take, in just a few moments. But before we do, I want to thank one of our great partners and sponsors that's bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here from Summit Point all weekend long, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, as the pace car now is heading out on track with a bunch of screaming Miatas directly behind it. Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Let's run down the starting order.
I'll tell you what, starting 16th and the number 68 from Ellicott City, Maryland, our very own Dominic Mandiel. Starting in 15th from Harrisonburg, Virginia, the number 7 of Brad Williams. Starting in 14th, and it's good to see this guy back, moving up from SSM this year, from Potomac, Maryland, the 71 of Peter Kaufman. Starting in the 13th position from Falmouth, Virginia, the number 28 of David Henderson. And our only SM2 car from North Salem, New York, the 144 of Justin Ferraro. Starting in 11th position from Centerville, Virginia, the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 10th position from Owings Mill, Maryland, the number 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 9th position from Washington, D.C., and that number 13 is Ed Kudarakis. Starting in 8th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 7th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 78 of Ted Cahall. And starting in the 6th position from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. No jumping around up in here, Spencer. Then starting in the 5th position from Strasburg, Virginia, the number 51 of Brian Price. Starting in the 4th position, and someone who has won here quite a bit over the last couple sessions we've been here, Greg, from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, this number 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the 3rd position from Davidsonville, Maryland, the number 21 of Michael Adipoff. Starting on your front row and starting in the 2nd position from Arlington, Virginia, the number 4 of Rob Hines. And starting on the pole from Ruther Glen, Virginia, that number 198, that's Dan Conway.
All right, there you go. Your starting field is the pace car bringing this 16-car Spec Miata field down through the carousel now, and hopefully we'll be going racing here in just a few moments. As you mentioned, Rob Hines starting on the outside of the front row, most recently your 3rd-place finisher at the 2020 National Championship runoffs at Road America. And in Spec Miata, it was a very good weekend. He finished 3rd in Spec Miata. He finished 3rd in T3 that weekend. John Hotz, as you mentioned, has had a pretty good streak going here. We'll see if he can work his way up from 4th. And, of course, Brian Price, former Pirelli World Challenge B-Spec champion and multi-time MARRS ITA champion as well. As the pace car now is on the pit lane, turning things over to the 198 car of Dan Conway. The green machine to driver's right, the blue number 4 of Rob Hines to driver's left, as Dave Sterling throws the green flag, and we are underway here once again at Summit Point Raceway for a 15-lap Spec Miata race.
Tell you what, John Hott's giving Rob Hines a great push going down into turn 1. That's going to leave the odd man out of Dan Conway. Now we've got one car going all the way down to driver's right. Looks like he's going to try to stick his nose in there. That may be Brian Price trying to come through there. Had to get into that stage right there, Greg. Wasn't able to make that stick. He's going to drop back to about 5th or 6th position. But Rob Hines, John Hart, starting to pull away from Dan Conway. And yes, Spencer, that is your father. That is the 44 of Kip Gaynor sitting there in 4th place. So a great start. We got one car off in turn 3 right here, up into the gravel trap. We'll have to take a look at that. That may be the 21 there, Michael Adatoff. And that, I do believe that is who that is going to be. He is able to continue there, so just outside of our camera range as our cars start to head down to turn 5.
All right, Brian, and one driver that did not make it past turn 2. I got the car 78 of Ted Cahall, who has had some continued troubles, and he's over by turn 2 currently, and we'll track that and see if he's able to, and see if they need to get him pulled out immediately or if he's in a safe position over there as our leaders are coming out of turn 8, coming underneath the bridge.
Tell you what, here comes Rob Hines. Here comes John Hotz. Now Conway. We got one car. This is Brian Price again going off in turn 10.
That's Brian Price
having a rough go at it right now. He's really staying out in the lines with all the stay dry there that we've had. But I tell you what, that's going to allow Michael Coe and that's going to allow Robert Cahall to go around as we start to head up into turn 2. You're going to see that flag there showing that that Ted Cahall number 78 machine sitting off into driver's right going in through turn 2. These guys are going to have to work past that incident scene, then be able to start making that pass. But our front 3 cars, as they start to head up into turn 3, starting to pull away from Kip Gaynor and that 44 machine, Greg.
All right, and still 2 and 3 wide as they come down into turn number 3 here on lap number 2. And, Brian, it's interesting watching as we saw Brian Price go down driver's right into turn 1 as we've got some of our emergency services teams now responding to that incident, trying to get the Cahall car out of turn number 2. But Brian Price, he went down and still lots of kitty litter, lots of oil dry, driver's right, all the way at the very edge of the track going into turn 1, kind of a leftover from when we had that open wheel race. And not a lot of grip there for the outside wheels under braking. And it was pretty clear that he wasn't able to slow the car down. And then, of course, he went wide coming through turn 10 on the exit of that lap as our leaders now coming out of turn 10. And as they come to the start-finish line, there you go. It is Robbie Hines, your leader. John Hotz, who started back in 4th position. He is now your second-place runner in the white 63. Dan Conway, your pole sitter, just turns the fastest lap of the race. Well, it's only a sample of 2 laps, but he is currently sitting 3rd as this big gaggle of cars behind follows. Let's take a look as they come out of 2 and make the run down to 3 as we have side by side Hotz and Hines. Hotz was driver's Hotz was driver's left, but he got right back behind Robbie Hines as they went into 3.
Yeah, still got some guys sitting there trying to go side by side up in turn 3. That's going to be Peter Kaufman. That's going to be David Henderson, almost side by side right near that incident, Greg. So not a great place to pass. There's not only do you have the white flag down there, but you've got that standing yellow. So they head down into turn 5 right now here. I'll pick that up. Everybody's starting to get single file in there. But again, we talked about that David Henderson, Peter Kaufman battle. That's starting to evolve a little bit more as they go through turn 5 and up through turn 6 and 7.
All right, as our leaders now coming out of turn 8, start to head up the hill. And looks like, although Conway had just run the fast lap, Brian, looks like both Hines and Hotz might be starting to inch away from the 198 machine now as they come down the front straight and cross the start-finish line to start lap number 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, John Hotz is going to be content to sit right behind Robbie Hines really for about the next probably several laps until he realizes Conway may be getting closer because that draft still is apparent even though you're out there a little bit pulling away. I think Robbie Hines and John Hotz, we've now got the Cahall car moved out. Now John looks to driver's left there on Robbie Hines and say, hey, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere. But they're going to just sit there and go single file up through turn 3 and pull away just a little bit from Dan Conway. A little bit further back, Brian Price is now caught up to the rear bumper of Kip Gaynor as they head up through turn 3 and down over the hill. So now Kip Gaynor is going to have a little bit of battle there with Brian Price.
All right, and Brian, as we were talking about Brian Price earlier, probably the first thing that I've raced against Brian many, many times, and he had a lot of power boating experience, and he also had a lot of circle track experience, dirt track experience when I first met him, and I was one of his instructors at driver's school, and that line through the dirt at turn 10, that was kind of a common line for him. All right, as that battle now comes out of turn 8 and starts to head up the hill, Kip Gaynor about 2 car lengths back from the black number 51 machine here, and then another pack directly behind led by the red 08 of Robert Cahall, Michael Cohen, and then Justin Ferraro, and then another pack of 3. It's Brad Williams, Glenn Evans, and David Henderson, as David Henderson looks like he is trying to work his way around Brad Williams.
And Greg, right now we have a new leader in the 63 of John Hotz coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. So move John Hotz to the lead. Robbie Hines second. Dan Conway still sitting in third. Dan Conway now with that pass by Hotz over Robbie Hines. Now he has moved up right into the fold. He is right on the back bumper of both of those drivers. Brian Price getting a little loose out of turn 3. Open the door. Kip Gaynor going to move back a little bit, but you're right. David Henderson and Peter Kaufman, and then throw in the 7 there, Brad Williams. They were 2 wide, almost 3 wide going through there, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That is B-Spec, ITA, ITB, and ITC, ITS, IT7, and let's not forget Spec E30. Race group number 7, we'll just call it B-Spec and IT. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Here comes our overall leaders out of turn 10. Again, it's a 3-car battle right here, leading John Hotz, Robbie Hines, and then Dan Conway. Neither one of them. I think you're going to see Dan Conway and Rob Hines. And when we get towards the end of this race, Greg, I think they're going to gang up on Mr. Hotz. Here comes Brian Price. That's for 4th. We got a side-by-side battle now between Justin Ferraro and Robert Cahall as they go down past the start-finish line, head down into turn 1, still side-by-side with that 144 and that 08 machine. Looks like Ferraro's going to have the better end of it going in. We'll see whether or not Robert's going to be able to give him the over-under and get back by him as they come out of turn 2 right now. Throw the 144 in front of the 08 of Ferraro in front of Robert Cahall. Now Cahall fights back inside of driver's left of Justin Ferraro. They're still going to go side by side in that crimson car and that black 144 as they start to head down into turn 5.
And here they come down the hill. And hard under braking, and you can see all of them coming in center of track, although protecting a little bit to the inside there, Brian. Was that Cohen in the 54 car?
Yeah, that's Cohen right there on the back bumper of those two. Those two went side by side really from turn 1 all the way through down to turn 5.
All right, let's take a look, Brian. Let's jump back to that battle for the lead as we've got, again, John Hotz, your leader, Rob Hines, and then Dan Conway as they start to make the run past start finish and heading into turn 1. Hines was looking to the inside for a moment, but it looks like he's kind of content to sit there on the back bumper of the number 63 machine. I don't think he wanted to move to the inside and maybe open things up for Dan Conway.
Yeah, I tell you what, you got 3 drivers right here running up front here that's got a lot of experience here as Hotz starts to pull away by about a car length to Robbie Hines. I tell you what, John Hotz is really getting through turns 1 and turn 2 a little bit better than Hines and Conway right now. That could be detriment to be able to do it as you get to the backside and as you get ready to come out of turn up underneath the bridge out of turn 10. That could really set if you get too far ahead.
All right, and there they are, still locked nose to tail as they come down the hill, going through turn number 5, and we are working. We're working lap 7 of a 15-lap race, Brian. So still a long way to go here, and and what we've been seeing since lap 2 or so is a number of these smaller little pockets getting broken off. Obviously, our top 3 drivers, they have now opened up a considerable lead, almost 10 seconds on the rest of the field. But, we're still seeing, a matter of fact, right now, the battle that we were looking at before with Ferraro, Cahall, Cohen, Glenn Evans, let's bring David Henderson into it. That is a great little fight that's been going on. All those cars still locked nose to tail here, and we see them coming up the hill, coming out of turn 8 and going now coming in through turn 10. Matter of fact, here, if we take a look, let's, wow, oh, look at that. Robbie Hines coming underneath John Hotz. And Robbie Hines, at least for the moment, he's going to take the point here as Dan Conway trying to follow the 4 car through.
Yeah, it looks like Conway going into turn one was going to go with John Hotz, but Robbie Hines got through a great turn into the inside and was able to make that pass. Conway decided to back out of it, get in behind Robbie Hines. That pushed Hines ahead of them. That's going to move John Hotz back to third.
All right, one of our drivers dropping a wheel there on the exit of turn number 2 as we're watching those leaders come down through turn 5 now, still locked nose to tail.
Tell you what, good battle a little bit further back, as we talked about early on, between Justin Ferraro, Robert Cahall, Michael Cohen. Now throw in Glenn Evans and David Henderson is caught. That is actually 6th through 10th as they start to head down in through turn 5 right now. Again, still single file, but that gap between those 5 cars are closing ever so slightly for every minute on this track, Greg.
All right, as our leaders come through turn 10, we'll track that second fight, though. Let's try and jump back. Here they all come out of turn 8, Brian, heading up the hill. And the lead car in that group was Kip Gaynor. And then we've got the battle with Ferraro, with Cahall, Cohen, Evans, and David Henderson, and they are more or less locked nose to tail. There you go, coming out of turn 10. Not one of them willing to give quarter. And now moving to the inside on the 08 machine, Michael Cohen, he's going for 7th position now as they are side by side working their way down into turn number 1. Let's see if we can jump over here and see what happens. There they are, and Michael Cohen, he gets the move done. So move Cohen now up in the 7th position, move Cahall back to 8th, all the while Justin Ferraro in that 144 machine said, yep, just keep fighting with one another, and I'll go try and take care of Kip Gaynor.
Yeah, I tell you what, good power move by Michael Cohen coming out of turn 10 last time, Greg, was able to go ahead and put that slipstream on a 08 of Robert Cahall.
All right, Brian, because the grid's looking a little empty down there.
Let's get him up there.
Yeah, let's get him up. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, let's jump back up here to the lead because John Hott still not going away, but starting to fall back by about a car length and a half. It's probably been the furthest he's been back between Rob Hines and Dan Conway. John going a little bit deeper this time in there, but if you start to see Conway and them, it's looking like we got one car off going off into turn 8.
And actually we had 2 cars off getting into the tire wall, Brian. We could see one of them just now recovering. The other one is sitting back behind our timing and scoring screen, which unfortunately there he goes. And we will get the numbers on those cars in just a moment. But it looks like after both of them got to the tire wall, they have now continued. One of them coming down the pit lane now. And
looks like that may be the 10 of Glenn Evans. That may be Evans and David Henderson. That's what it looks like. Just looking at the nose of the cars,
that
could
is the
be
case. Yep.
Evans and Henderson.
Yep. So and if we take a look, so Evans, driver the number 10, Henderson, driver the 28, and they are heading back to the paddock. Their days collectively are now done.
I can't see anything up close, but I can sure see them far away.
Well, some people you need to stand at a distance, Brian.
That's right. Yeah, right. Everybody wants to stand up from a distance from me.
And the word is that there was contact. The 28 car did get into the rear of the 10 car before they went off, and we've got a car looked like may have gone to the gravel on the outside of turn 5. As you can see, that gravel now emanating from behind our timing tower. Our timing tower is on fire, Brian.
Our timing tower is smoking. Is that what you're saying?
That is absolutely right. All right, let's jump back to the battle for the lead as we are working now. Lap number 11.
As you're coming out of turn 2 now and heading up into turn 3, it is still Hines leading Conway and Hotz. Hotz gets a great run out of 2, but Robbie Hines and Dan Conway, they get back in such a straight line coming out of 2 that they're able to pull away just a little bit ahead of Hotz going into 3. And so what ends up happening is that gap builds up. Now I'm gonna pick up a little bit further back coming through turn 3 now. Is Gaynor and the 144 of Justin Ferraro. Ferraro has now caught Kip Gaynor. So that's another another battle. That's going to be for 5th and 6th. Brian Price kind of out there on an island by himself. But then you got the Cohen and the K-Hall. See, we've got a bunch of battles going on, and this is what makes Spec Miata just that much better all the way around.
Yeah, spectacular racing there. And Brian, as they came out of turn 2, Ferraro had really tried to open up that corner and actually dropped the left rear wheel into the dirt over by the crossover road. And even in doing that, was still making up ground on Kip Gaynor. Last time by, Ferraro was almost 0.4 of a second faster than Gaynor here. As we're watching our leaders now, all three of them heading down the front straight. And I know it looked like there were only two of them, Brian, but that was simply because Rob Hines and Dan Conway were side by side. And here they go. This is a better way to look at it, going into turn 1. And wow, look at what John Hotz did. John Hotz went for a moment to take a look to the inside to make it 3 wide going into 1. Thought better of it, got back behind Hines and Conway.
Now you've got Conway coming out of turn 2, but now you've got Conway and Hines going to go side by side. John Hotz kind of made the little move there to Robbie Hines to say, hey, I'm going to go over driver's left. Robbie Hines went in there. John pulled back in behind Conway to come back in there, but Robbie Hines is able to get back into second place.
All right, and we've seen now where Ferraro has closed up right behind Kip Gaynor. They are locked nose to tail in the battle for 5th position. We'll check back in with them in a few moments as our racers are working lap number 12 of 15.
You may not have seen this on the cameras here, but Ferraro was able to get around Kip Gaynor, but as they went through turn 3, Ferraro ended up going over into the gravel going in there, so we'll see whether or not Gaynor's going to be able to go. It looks like they're going to be side by side.
Yeah, side by side going into turn 5, Brian, with Ferraro to driver's left to the inside, Gaynor to the right, around the outside. As they go into turn 6, which is a right-hand turn, that is going to give the position back to Kip Gaynor. All right, as we watch now that fight coming out of turn number 8 and heading up the hill, and it is Gaynor and Ferraro still battling it out. With Gaynor now, he does have the position over Ferraro. Ferraro having to battle now with a car coming out of turn 10, and that battle is with Michael Cohen. That is for position, as Michael Cohen has gotten into this fight as well. He gets around Ferraro, at least temporarily, move him up to 6th, and Rob Cahall in the 8 car, or 08 car, is right there in the thick of it as well, Brian.
Tell you what, Ferraro is going to hold off Michael Cohen going down into turn 1, but Michael Cohen may get the beast move coming out of turn 2, as now you've got Cahall going to be right back in there, but now Ferraro's going to hold him off, and so that's going to allow Kip Gaynor to pull away from that battle, but almost another power move by Michael Cohen, as we saw earlier on coming out of turn 10, just wasn't able to make that stick, Greg, in 1 and 2.
Yeah, and and this is the greatest thing that could have ever happened to Kip Gaynor, to have 3 drivers battling for one small piece of racetrack behind him, that if he had not had that inside move going into turn 6, he'd probably be right in the thick of it as well.
Tell you what, that'll put a smile on your face if you've been battling all race long and then all of a sudden see 2 or 3 wide. That's exactly what he'll do, is get that little smile. As it looks like our leaders now crossing the start-finish line. Robbie Hines, Dan Conway going to move all the way to driver's right to try to break the draft from John Hotz. John Hotz stayed driver's left.
Yeah, he didn't follow him over there.
No, but you know what? That worked for him because he gained right on the back bumper of Dan Conway going in with 2 laps left to go, Greg. I think John Hotz knows he's in the driver's seat right now, because those two, if they go side by side, John may end up getting to the part of where he is able to get a little bit of a pull and get a push.
All right, and Brian, in the span of just half a lap, that where we thought Kip Gaynor was free and clear in 5th position, well, no, Mr. Ferraro has now pulled right up alongside in the 144 car and has pulled Cohen and Cahall along with them as they come out of 2 going into 3.
I tell you what, the only person that doesn't have a battle on this racetrack, I think, Greg, is Brian Price.
Yeah.
But, you go back, here's coming through turn 3, Ferraro leading Gaynor by about half a car length, and now Ferraro gets really loose coming out of 3, able to hold on to it. But what does that do, Greg? As we look down into turn 5, that's going to bring Gaynor and Cohen right back into the fold.
All right, our leaders now coming up the hill underneath the bridge now, and I believe Robbie Hines should still have the point as they come through turn number 10. Yeah, there you go. It's blue, it's green, it's white. It is Hines, it's Conway, it's Hotz, and now John Hotz moves all the way over driver's right to catch the draft as they come into turn number or down the front straight. And we'll see. 1 lap to go here at Summit Point Raceway in Spec Miata.
I tell you what, Dan Conway went driver's left. Robbie Hines went driver's right. John Hotz went driver's right just past the start-finish line, almost going 3 wide. Then John Hotz tucked back in. And I tell you what, coming out of turn 2 right now, Greg, it is John Hotz in the lead, side by side with Robbie Hines. Rob's going to have the preferred line. John's going to probably have to give that up, but he is going to stay into it. Conway's going to jump right on the driver's left of John Hotz as they go down the hill. When we pick them up in turn 5, you could see 3 wide.
Wow. As they start to make their run down the hill. And is it Conway? Is it Hines? As they come under braking, it is Robbie Hines, currently your leader. He managed to hold off Hotz as they went through 3. And as they came through 3, it looks like Dan Conway was able to get around and move back up into second position. So a great fight there as we are working the last quarter of a lap here at Summit Point. They come through turn number 8 and start to make the run up the hill. Only 2 more turns remain. It is Robbie Hines. It is Dan Conway. John Hotz is 2 car lengths back. Now as they come into turn 10 for the very last time and make the run, Hines is going to move over to the center of the track. Conway's going to follow. Don't think he's got enough. And as they come to the line, Robbie Hines is going to take the win about a half a car length back. Dan Conway finishes in second. John Hotz will finish third. Brian Price all alone crosses the line. He's going to finish 4th. But let's take a look at that battle as they're coming up the hill. This is the battle for 5th, and it is currently Justin Ferraro in the black 144. He's got Kip Gaynor in that silver 44 directly behind, and then we've got Michael Cohen, and that's how it's going to finish with Justin Ferraro finishing 5th, then Gaynor, then Cohen. Robert Cahall will finish in 8th position, and now lock nose to tail as they make the run down to the finish line. Finishing in 9th position, Peter Kaufman gets around Michael Apatow on the very last lap. Kaufman's going to finish 9th. Apatow will round out your top 10. Wow again.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of bold moves there towards the last half of the race between our top 3, and then really a lot of bold moves for really 5th, 6th, and 7th places in there. Just a lot of going back and forth. Some untraditional lines here.
Yes.
Can't even say the word now. Untraditional lines, but we're able to make it stick and make it work and be able to move up closer.
All right, Brian. So let's do this. Let's quickly run them down again. Hines, your winner. Conway, 2nd. Hotz, 3rd. Brian Price, 4th. Justin Ferraro will finish in 5th. And Kip Gaynor, Michael Cohen, Robert Cahall, Peter Kaufman, Michael Apatow, rounding out your top 10. All right, so let's take a quick little break. Before we do that, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. B-Spec drivers, Improved Touring drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, race 7 of 8. Only 2 more races to go here at Summit Point today. You're watching the July MARRS, presented by the Autoverse, and we'll be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA. SBRRS.scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway for the July Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event presented by the Autoverse with special guest Spec Corvette, the Regional American Sedan Challenge, and United States Touring Car Championship. And this is all part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. We've got our 7th race of the day heading on track right now for their pace lap. This is for B-Spec, of which I believe we have one, Brian. And
zero.
Maybe zero. I thought we had Ryan Moran out. Ryan?
He's an ITB
Oh, he's
car.
running an ITB instead of B-Spec. Actually, that car is a B-Spec car.
It is.
But we've got our IT racers out on track for their pace lap, Brian. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting 9th from Woodbine, Maryland. It's good to see him back in the 61 of John Legg. Starting 8th from Lyndhurst, Virginia, our only ITB is the number 8 of Ryan Moran. Starting in 7th from Hampstead, Maryland, the 100 of Justin Shepard. Starting in 6th from Richmond, Virginia, the 41 of David Lanning. Starting in the 5th position from Gainesville, Virginia, that's Daniel Freeman. Starting in the 4th position in the number 43 from Elmira, New York, that's Kyle Colby. Starting in the 3rd position from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that's the 49 of Steve Moeller. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Washington, D.C., again, good to have Matt back, that's the 07 of Matt Littleton. And starting on the pole from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the 00 of Jeffrey Lucas.
All right, there you go. That is our starting order. And interesting, Brian, as we talked about, starting in 9th position, driving the number 61 machine, an ITA Mazda Miata instead of his usual Datsun 260Z, John Legg, of course, at our last MARRS event here at Summit Point Raceway. That Datsun was, I think, sacrificed to, well, I would say to the Labor Day double flaming couch gods, but it had a small, or not so small, flaming incident at the entrance of the pit lane, and I believe that Miata is the car that he has run a lot of endurance races with, and that Nate Lucas, son of Jeff Lucas, normally races in SM. So we'll see how John does in that machine today. If that is well, actually, I think it's an SSM car, and if that's the case, understanding why it might be a little bit off of the regular ITA pace. Also, Ryan Moran in the B-Spec Mini. Again, that is a car that is actually, well, he's racing it in ITB, of which it is legal for, but I believe that is actually the B-Spec car that he has been running for the last couple of years as the field now comes out of turn 10. And I'll tell you, Brian, there is a car shading all the way to driver's left on the start, and that was the white Mazda Miata
of Dave
Lanning. And we got the start. We'll see if that gets called in. But the field not all that well formed, in my humble opinion. There is Jeff Lucas heads down into turn 1 in his Datsun 240Z for the very first time, and he's got the measure of the rest of the ITS field as Littleton and Moeller will follow behind about 6 car lengths back. Littleton in the BMW, the E30 BMW, and then we've got the Miatas of Moeller and Dan Freeman, currently your leader in ITA.
Yeah, I tell you what, Matt Littleton's going to move ahead of Steve Moeller, ahead of that Mazda Miata coming out of turn 2 and headed down into turn 3. You should see this getting ready to come up on your screen down here in turn 5 as well here any moment. Again, he's in second. Jeffrey Lucas opening up by about a 5-6 car length lead now as they head through turn 5.
All right, and so there was a call back from the starter stand about the 41 machine shading over driver's left. Of course, they did note that he did not gain a position there.
Right.
But I'll tell you, if the track was 5 feet wider, he probably would have gone 5 feet further to the left. He was right on the very edge of the track surface as our leaders come out of turn 8, start to head up the hill towards the bridge, and Jeff Lucas now with almost a 15 car length advantage on the rest of the ITS field. Matt Littleton and then Steve Moeller. And then our ITA leader, Dan Freeman, sitting 4th overall. with the yellow CRX, the number 43 machine, Kyle Colby, about 5 car lengths behind with David Lanning in the ITA Miata we were just talking about, right on the back of that front-wheel drive CRX. Justin Shepard not very far back from there, also in a Mazda Miata. That's the number 100 car.
Tell you what, Matt Littleton going into turn 1 that time, a little bit of brake lockup, which allowed Moeller to get a little bit closer to him. Then he was able to pull away, which enabled Dan Freeman actually to have a little brake lockup. So kind of a chain reaction right there going through. Everybody able to continue. But you talked about, Kyle Colby in that Honda CRX. Tell you what, that car is looking pretty strong right now. About a car length and a half going through turn 5 right now behind Dan Freeman. Look, as this race goes on, we'll see whether or not Dan Freeman's going to be able to hold off Kyle Colby.
Well, and I'm wondering if one of the reasons why that engine is running so strong is because it may be a new engine. Kyle's down from upstate New York. He has been he works in timing and scoring for, I believe it's the Finger Lakes region, or it might be the Glen region. It's one of the 2 regions up there. But he was here for the first MARRS race of the year, and he had that engine expire on the front straight. And so he may have a very strong motor behind the wheel of that car as he makes the way across the start-finish line. He's starting to separate out a little bit from the 41 machine of Lanning, but Dan Freeman showing very good pace there. Freeman with a 129.4, he was almost 0.3 of a second faster than Colby's CRX.
Yeah.
And so I guess this might be a good time to also talk about Freeman's car out here, Brian, as we've got a little bit of time, I think. So at the last MARRS event here at Summit Point, there was a protest filed. Actually, it was not a protest, but it was a request for action from our tech staff that with and I think we made small mention that there was maybe some drama in the tech shed on Saturday night, that 2 of our front-running Mazda Miata, ITA Mazda Miatas, were under protest for having a crank-fire ignition system where, given that the car did not come with one from the factory, may not be legal. And it was just the results of the appeal of that lost RFA just made it through. It was just published in the Fast Track yesterday, and it was Dan Freeman as well as Joel Gambino's cars that were caught up with that. They were not disqualified, but they were moved to last in class for having non-compliant cars both Saturday and Sunday, and they appealed those results. And unfortunately for them, the request for actions was held up by the Court of Appeals, and so we don't have Joel Gambino here this weekend. And I'm wondering whether or not there were changes made to Freeman's car to put it in compliance, which, given how it works with the ECUs in that car, might be a kind of a difficult thing to do, or if he is possibly still running a non-compliant car.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm watching Dan Freeman's car going through, going down through turn 1 and going down, coming up out of 2 and into 3. And it looks like there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the exhaust there back on that right side. Now, I don't know if it's really, obviously it's when he gets off the gas and then gets back on, but it looks like the body is rolling a little bit. Yep. That looks like that may be a little bit of a tire smoke coming out of there. We'll have to see, but if you look at that close up, especially looking out the window here from turn 3, the body's rolling just a little bit. So that setup may not be to Dan's liking. So he's probably just trying to get through there. You should try to clear this race and, obviously make some changes for tomorrow.
All right, as we watch right now, the battle for second in ITS coming up the hill, and it is still Matt Littleton. He is managing to hold off Steve Moeller. They've just run their fastest laps of the race, only a car length separating them as they come out of turn number 10. And then we've got that battle in ITA, the battle for the top 3 positions, as Freeman once again now opens up an advantage over Colby, this time only 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, I tell you what, Colby dropping back from Freeman. It does look like I think that's just smoke coming out of getting on and off the throttle there
Sure.
from Dan Freeman. I don't think it's a tire rub now that I look at it a little bit more closely through the binoculars. But that the Littleton and the Moeller battle, tell you what, Steve Moeller looks to be content to just sit there behind Littleton right now. I think he tried to push the issue going down into turn one.
Sure.
Thought better of it. Take care of those tires. Take care of everything and the brakes you got going on, because you still got a long way to go in this race.
Well, and we've talked about this before, Brian. Perhaps the best position when you know that you've got pace on the car in front of you, and we have somewhere still around 10 laps to go, is make Matt Littleton wonder for up to 10 laps when you're going to try and make the move on him. And at that point he starts driving his mirrors and has his heart rate start to go up a little bit. It's a great place for Moeller to be currently.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like Matt's got a little bit more of the straight line speed coming off some of these turns, especially out of turn 8 and up the hill, up underneath the bridge. Moeller seems to get through turn 10 a little bit better than Littleton, but Littleton pulls away, really from the start finish line down. To do that. Talk about ITA here. Dan Freeman still leading over Kyle Colby, then David Lanning. Tell you what, David Lanning looks like just going across the start-finish line. He's going to go side by side with Kyle Colby, headed down into turn 1. They get down to the 200-foot mark. They're still side by side. Lanning's going to get it. We'll see whether or not Colby's going to be able to do the over-under. We've seen this many times, especially in our touring class here in ITA or even on ITS. It looks like David Lanning's going to be able to make that stick, but now Colby's going to come out of turn 2, look to drivers left to come up into turn 3, but he's going to think better of it, get back in behind Lanning, save that for another turn. So really good move by Lanning to get down in turn 1.
And Colby just could not get a good enough run out of 1 and 2 to get alongside going into 3. I think he had the right idea of moving back to the inside going into turn 3, make Lanning think about it a little bit, but he just wasn't quite close enough. Although it looks as though he made up a good amount of ground, Brian, as they went down under braking in the 5. Having raced a CRX here for so many years and in warm temperatures, I don't know how long Kyle Colby is going to be able to use the braking of that CRX to stay close to Lanning's machine down into turn 5, with the braking of the CRX definitely being the weak link.
Yeah, definitely going to be challenged. I mean, Lanning last time by was 0.2 faster than both Freeman and Colby, so looks like Lanning could be the guy on the move here as he's starting to pull away from Colby. So you're right. I think as this race goes on, as they cross the start-finish line, I think that Colby's going to drop back just a little bit. I think that Dan Freeman's going to have David Lanning in his rearview mirror within the next lap and a half.
Yeah, we'll see. And I might also add, in taking a look at the lap times here, with Freeman right now running in the high 128s, I want to make very clear, I said, I'm surprised that Freeman is running that car, and I wonder if it's still in the same state that it was after the last race. I should mention that the times that Dan Freeman is running right now in the high 28s does not appear to be does not match up with a car that may be running under the same configuration that he ran. I think that car likely is back to the stock ignition type, which might have affected his ECU programming as well,
and having to have that all redone in order to get back up to where it needed to be. So I think you're going to see again, still 9 laps left to go here. Jeffrey Lucas leading the entire field and leading in ITS. Matt Littleton, Steve Moeller. Last time by, Littleton was a little bit faster than Moeller, starting to pull away a little bit as they're now starting to come out of turn 10 here. You can see that gap widening to about 3 car lengths. Matt Littleton over Steve Moeller.
Yeah, but I think that Miata probably still pretty firmly in the draft of the big boxy 3 Series BMW, and he definitely makes up ground coming into the braking zone.
Talking about that ITA battle here, Daniel Freeman and David Lanning. David Lanning, 128.538 last time, set his fastest lap, as opposed to Dan Freeman on 129.203. So David Lanning right now is your fastest car right now in ITA, with, like I said, 8 laps to go. So he is starting to make the move on Dan Freeman.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's SSM Showroom Spec Miata drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8 SSM, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, as we watch the fight coming down into turn 5, and Brian, without a doubt, Freeman is starting to see that gap that he built up early really disappear here, as Lanning, as they came out of turn 5, was only about 2 car lengths behind the number 1 machine, and here they coming up the hill. And we'll catch that. We'll catch them up here in a second as they come through turn 10 now. And there's the white machine of David Lanning now about 2 car lengths back behind the black number 1.
Tell you what, 0.7 of a second last time by, this time just under 0.6, so it was about a 1/10.5, although David Lanning ran his fastest lap of the race that time by, but still, David Lanning was still 0.2 quicker than Daniel Freeman. So again, Lanning, the fastest car on the racetrack here in ITA, starting to reel in Freeman, and Kyle Colby starting to fall back. He's about 10 to 15 car lengths back now, Greg.
Yeah, and again, I didn't think that the pace that the CRX was keeping early on would be sustainable.
Yeah.
Here again, just knowing how these cars drive over the long run, and granted, a 15-lap race is not a very long length, but the CRXs, you have to work the front of that car very, very hard. Certainly, the brakes are, as I said, a weakness, but it's not all that hard to overheat the front tires as well.
Yeah.
And it really makes racing a challenge.
Looking at the last couple laps here and really, watching our TV monitors here that we have with the cameras around the racetrack, Lanning looks to be really good from 1 all the way through turn 5, and then that's where Freeman looks like he gets a little bit better run through the carousel and then up through turn 8 and turn 9, and we look at him now coming out of turn 10 right now. Freeman opened it up. That gap now is only 0.4, so it's only about a tenth per lap with 6 laps left to go, Greg. I think it's only a matter of time before Lanning gets a hold of Daniel Freeman and goes by him. As a lot of smoke comes out of the Freeman, and then Lanning locks up the brake. That right rear, it looks like it locked up going in, so that's going to give a little bit of an edge to Freeman. So Lanning going to drop back by about another half a car length there, going through turns 1 and turn 2.
All right, so for every mistake that Freeman may make, it looks like Lanning has a mistake as well that ends up keeping him at almost that exact same gap. Now I'm wondering, as we're now still watching this ITA battle, we'll jump back up to that battle for second in ITS in a moment, and I'm wondering if with that brake lockup, if we're going to start to see worse lockups from Freeman, worse lockups from Lanning as well, that they both have squared off tires by the end of this race. Here, as we watch now the battle for the lead in ITS, the battle for second in ITS, as it is still Matt Littleton managing to hold off, Steve Moller's Miata, and that last as they come across the stripe, Moeller lost another 0.2 or so to Littleton, and he's kind of at the tail end of the draft right now, and I'll tell you, Matt Littleton's carrying a lot more speed, at least through turn 1.
Yeah, carrying a lot more speed, which really that's going to help him, especially on his exit, getting out of turn 2. And then up towards turn 3, because if you can get into turn 1 relatively with ease, and you've got the setup, just right for yourself, that's going to give you more exit speed coming out of there, which means it's only going to make you faster going through turn 3.
All right, as we have now just about 5 laps remaining, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's SSM. Please start heading to the grid. SSM drivers, your race is next.
Tell you what, we were sitting here watching Ryan Moran go by the start-finish line. We haven't talked about little old Ryan going through here with the little red engine that could. When he goes by the start finish line and he shifts into fifth gear, it's like it almost is a little bit of a delay getting in there. It makes that high pitched sound. So wondering if he's having potentially maybe a little bit of clutch issue there, putting that in.
That's a possibility. Here, Brian, let's jump as we've got our ITS battle coming across the start finish line. I want to just wait a little bit for our ITA leaders to come across start finish. And David Lanning now has pulled within a car length and a half of Dan Freeman as they make the run down into turn number 1. And Freeman, once again, though, a great entry into turn number 1, but he continues to lock up a front wheel going in there. And I think if Lanning could actually figure out turn 1, he'd be in a much better position right now because he's strong around the rest of the course.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, it does look like he figured it out that time because now he is right on the back bumper of Daniel Freeman. He got a great run out of turn 2 and up into turn 3 when we look down the hill coming out of turn 4 into turn 5, which it looks like they're getting ready to come down now. It does look like that it is David Lanning going to be about a half a car length. He's the closest he's been this entire race. Last time by was 4/10, and the time before that was 6/10. So he's starting to gain a little bit more.
So, and of course, he had to text me to make sure that I looked at it. I wanted to respond to Mike Collins out on the West Coast right now. He says, "Greg, pad and rotor technology has come a long way since you used your feet to Fred Flintstone your CRX." And yeah, maybe so. But unfortunately, brake cooling in a CRX, which is the real weak point, hasn't changed all that much. There are a lot of things that make that CRX very difficult to cool. As David Lanning now pulls within a half a car length as they cross the start-finish line as our ITA leaders start lap number 13, and they are now nose to tail as they come under braking down into turn number 1, and Lanning continues to lose a little bit of ground on entry, Brian, but he seems to make it up on exit at turn number 2.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Freeman's car is just not very good through the center of the corner of turn 1, and David Lanning, Lanning, that's where he's able to pick back up, but then Freeman's got it going through turn 3, starts to pull away a little bit, going up over the hill and down the hill. But as I said earlier, I think this is where David Lanning is going to excel and get past Daniel Freeman at some point because he is much better through turn 4 and turn 5. We'll see whether or not Freeman's going to be able to hold him off.
Well, he's not going to have a lot of time to do it. When Jeff Lucas crosses the start-finish line, we'll have 2 more laps to go here. So things are definitely winding down, and there's Lucas coming out of turn 10 right now. But let's continue to track. There he is, all by himself with the ITS battle for second, opening up just a little bit once again as Steve Muller starting to lose that draft ever so slightly and is now falling back about 4 car lengths behind Matt Littleton. And now that battle in ITA, once again, as they came out of turn 10, Freeman was able to open up about a 2 car length advantage over David Lanning. We'll see if Lanning can close that down under braking.
Again, it looks like David Lanning is getting through the center of the corner of turns 1 and 2 better than Freeman, and he's able to close up a little bit. But it does look like Daniel Freeman is a little bit better once they get to the center of the little short shoe between 2 and 3 coming up. As you can see there on your screen now, he's opening up by about a car length and a half, and that's the biggest gap and lead he's had over David Lanning within the last 3 laps.
All right, as the battle for second and ITS goes through turn 5, no change there. Let's watch the fight coming down the hill. It's Dan Freeman and Dave Lanning, and Freeman keeps the car to the inside to protect the apex a little bit and was still about a car length and a half up on Lanning as they came down the hill here as we'll see here, and Freeman just does a better job down at the bottom of the course and is able to open up about maybe a 3/4 of a car length advantage as Jeff Lucas, he's going to come across the start-finish line starting final lap here as he gets the 1 to go board. And Brian, now as we come across, let's keep the camera where we are, side by side now in the battle for second in ITS. It is Steve Muller. He is now making the move on Littleton as they go down under braking into turn number 1. And as they do, Steve Moeller, he is your new second place runner in ITS. Move Matt Littleton back to third.
Well, let's not go too fast there. Now, Matt Littleton coming out of turn 2, heading up through the short chute of turn 3. You're going to see they're going to be side by side going in. Matt Littleton's going to have a little bit of the line, but Steve Moeller's going to be able to fight back through there, stay on the driver's left, and get back up in there. So Matt Littleton not going away as they start to head down the hill into turn 5.
All right, and here they come through the chute, down the hill, side by side. We've got Moeller to driver's left, Littleton forced to the outside, driver's right. Now, when they come over to turn 6, that's going to give Littleton inside position. The battle for the lead in ITA directly behind where Freeman continues to hold off Lanning as we watch now as they come out of the carousel. There's our leader, Jeff Lucas, as he comes underneath the bridge, and the battle for second in ITS still very, very close as Lucas, second car through. There he is, coming out of turn number 10. He is going to come across the line and taking the win. Jeff Lucas, he is your ITS leader. And coming out of turn 10, let's take a, well, here they come. Let's take a look. Let's go back to start finish. Coming in second in ITS is going to be Steve Moeller. Matt Littleton will finish third. And at the line, your winner in ITA is Dan Freeman with Dave Lanning only a half a car length at most behind when they cross the stripe.
9/100ths of a second.
Wow. I've been saying wow all day long, but Lanning coming out of 10 had a heck of a run if he could have only managed to put that together a lap earlier.
Yeah.
That was a great slingshot, almost took the win in ITA. So it's Lucas, Moeller, Littleton, your 3 drivers in ITS. In ITA, it's Dan Freeman, David Lanning, Kyle Colby will finish in third. Justin Shepard will finish in fourth. John Legg will finish in fifth. And in ITB, Ryan Moran will take the win. Of course, he was your only ITB racer. All right, so let's do this. Let's take another quick little break, Brian. And when we come back, one more race. Actually, let me make a final call to the grid for them before I forget. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. And so now we will take a quick break. And when we come back in a few moments, one final race today. But of course, we do it all again tomorrow, Brian. You're watching the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse here from Summit Point Raceway. And we'll be right back.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse with special guests, American Sedan Regional Challenge, Spec Corvette, USTCC, and of course this weekend is part of the Northeast Division's Road Racing Championship, and this is the 10th season, 10 years of the Northeast. Well, they're calling it the Northeast Premier Regional Racing Series. I think the Washington D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series might have something to say about that, but we'll take it here. But it is the 10th year of the NEDIV Road Racing Championship, and so Brian, we have one last race of the day, and it has been. This weekend, great turnout that we have, I think close to 200 racers here across the 8 different race groups. And this coming up now, our last race, SSM, one of our most highly subscribed race groups throughout the past number of seasons, and more than 10 seasons, I should add.
Absolutely. This is, you know what, if you thought watching SM in that and our Spec Racer 4s as our cars go out, Greg, and I'll let you get to the rundown here. If you thought those were close racing, wait till you watch this.
All right. Starting 29th in the field, driving the number 03 machine from Berryville, it's Mark Flitcroft. Starting 28th, driving the number 6 car, he's from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, James Roberts. Chris Tilton, rookie Chris Tilton, starting 27th in the field today. He's driving the number 36 Mazda Miata. Isaac Clark will start 26th. He's in the 86 car. He's from Culpeper, representing the North Carolina region. Starting 25th in the number 9 car, it's Ray Seabird Heath out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, with Steve Wolfson starting 24th in the number 24 machine. He's from Leesburg. Starting 23rd, driving the number 92 Mazda Miata from Haymarket, Virginia, Vic Bruni. Starting 22nd in the number 39 car from Charlestown, West Virginia, practically right outside the gates, Jack Kellum. David Fierstein is starting 21st. He's in the number 08 car. He's down from New York, New York. Miranda Price in her second race of the day. She's driving the number 108 machine. She's from Strasburg, Virginia. Starts 20th, starting 19th in the 113 car. From Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, John Moyer. Russ Maloney will start 18th today. He's from Dayton, Maryland, and driving the 65 car. Ben Sarley from Millersville, Maryland, will start 17th in the 199. Pat Sharkett drives the number 96 Miata. He's from Knoxville, Maryland, and he starts 16th, with Jay Bindrum starting 15th in the number 88 car. Robert Record Boy Miles, or I think might call him Racer X this week. We'll go over his bio that he sent us in a few moments here. Rob Miles driving the number 53 Miata. He's from Spotswood, New Jersey, and he starts 14th. Starting 13th, Arif Chasm from Silver Spring, Maryland in the 98 car. Adam Volatile will start 12th today. He's from Sykesville and driving the 04. Isaac Crandall will start 11th. He's from Baldwinsville, New York, and is driving the 29 car. And driving the 58 car from Sykesville, Maryland is Jack Murchison. He starts 10th. Starting 9th, Isaac Jordan driving the number 46 car from Weehawken, New Jersey, with Ben Jones from Midlothian, Virginia, starting 8th in the number 10. David Biegert is driving the number 1 Mazda Miata from Warrenton, Virginia, and he starts 7th. Starting 6th in his second race of the day from Herndon, Virginia, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata, it's Jamison Huffman. Frank DeBerzy is in the 121 car. He is starting in 5th. Kevin Kopp will start on the outside of row number 2. He's in the 66 car. He hails from Great Falls, Virginia. John Hotz, we saw him just a few moments ago in SM. Well, he's racing the other Miata now. He's from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, starts 3rd. And your front row, driving the number 15 Mazda Miata from Dayton, Maryland, it's Ryan Maloney, and your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:29.035 seconds. It's the number 42 Mazda Miata of John Evans.
As our group now starts to come out of turn 10, one quick note. The 10 of Ben Jones had his transmission replaced yesterday. Greg, at the end of practice yesterday, ended up blowing out the transmission. As our green flag is out, here we go. Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans, they are side by side. John Hotz, Frank DeBerzy. Now Kopp trying to look and say which way to go. He ends up sticking right behind Maloney, but it's Evans. Then it's John Hotz. Then it's Frank DeBerzy. That's going to be your top 3 as they go into turn 1. And now Ryan Maloney going to fight back hard on the outside along with Kevin Kopp in that 66 machine as they go through the center of turn 1. We'll see what comes out, but it looks like it's going to be Evans and Hotz with Maloney sitting there side by side with John Hotz. Greg, we're going to see who's going to able to hold on to that second position, and Hotz is going to give it up to Ryan Maloney.
There you go. So Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 machine, he slots in the second as they make the run down the hill over towards turn number 5, as most of the field now has gotten in line. Here they come around turn 4, down through the chute, hard under braking, center of track with about a half a car length advantage right now for John Evans. A little bit further back in the field, still side by side as these drivers are trying to get things all figured out at the back. We had, I think, side by side, we had Isaac Clark and Mark Flitcroft side by side, but we'll check that out as they come around and head back up the hill.
Tell you what, as they come up through turn 8, 2 quick notes. The 0-3 and the 6 were penalized during qualifying for being underweight. So that's what they had to start in the back of the pack. Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. It is Jonathan Evans, followed by Ryan Maloney giving a little bit of push. 3rd, John Hotz. 4th is Kevin Kopp. Frank DeBerzy sitting in 5th. Jamison Huffman's going to go side by side with David Biegert as they cross the stripe, headed down into turn 1 right now.
That's right. Great move for him in the battle there as he takes over 6th position. Now move Biegert back in the 7th. And then we had side by side just behind them, Jack Murchison and Isaac Jordan. And I think Jordan might have gotten the best of the 58 machine of Murchison. We'll see how that plays out as they come up. As still hot and heavy here, but Brian, already we are starting to see our top 2 drivers, John Evans and Ryan Maloney, try to work the draft, try to separate themselves out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, we got one car, Ray Seabird in the 9, spinning, going in through turn 3. Looks like he's going to be able to continue. Hopefully everybody gets by that. He's still sitting there. We're going to wait to see if he gets out of there, but we're going to pick up our pack there. As you talked about Murchison, that was actually Murchison and Ben Jones side by side. Isaac Jordan right behind. He had the front row seat there.
All right, so Brian, this would be as good a time as any to to talk about Wrecker Boy Rob Miles, or as he now likes to call himself, Hero T Racer, as he is known to his fan.
It's his fan.
His fan, his single fan.
Is that the one that he plugs into the motorhome, or the one he plugs into the wall?
That's right. He says he's a champion racer who attended his first school with instructor Ben Hur, who beat him. All right, let's take a look now. Coming down, locked nose to tail now as they come under braking. We had third and fourth place. We had John Hotz and Kevin Kopp working together to try and get up to our two leaders, Evans and Maloney. Kopp broke off the draft at about the 600-foot mark as they then went side by side into turn number 1. Brian, Kopp with the fastest lap of the race so far with a 129.1. He was almost a half second faster than our top two drivers.
I tell you what, Ryan Maloney and Kevin Kopp there going out of turn 1. John Hotz gave Kevin Kopp one heck of a push. Ryan Maloney saw the push coming, moved over, got in there, and just basically held them off. So these guys are battling early and often, Greg.
That's right. So Wrecker Boy, he said he taught the Stig everything he knows, including a few things that he wish he didn't. And he says he races his showroom spec Miata for the world renowned Pandora's Garage team and holds the SSM lap records at Road America, Riverside, and Bridgehampton, where SSM has never raced before.
Correct.
All three of those tracks, exactly. So he is definitely a legend in his own mind. And he says he's reported to have declined to ride at a Formula One ride at Ferrari because it would be a step backwards in his career. All right, taking a step backwards now, also with a little bit of trouble. Getting out of turn number 10, it's the 121 machine of Frank Taberzi, grabbing a lot of gravel there, and now falling almost 2 seconds back from John Hotz, who is running in fourth.
I tell you what, the front four now starting to stretch out a little bit with Jonathan Evans, Ryan Maloney, Kevin Kopp, and John Hotz. I tell you what, that's the furthest gap I think I've seen in this group in a very long time, Greg. About a car length in between each of the top four, and then as you said, go back to about 5 or 6. Give it 10 car lengths now back to the 121 of Frank Taberzi, and then you got to go back another 15 car lengths to the 89 of Jamison Huffin and David Beigert as they head up to turn 3. Our leaders now starting to come down through turn 5.
All right, so still very close here as Hotz and Kopp doing everything they can to make this and continue this as a 4-car battle, Brian, and not giving up anything as they did on the very first lap. So doing a good job and keeping things close. A little bit further back in the field, and Spencer's been doing a real good job of giving us some of these views here as it's going side by side down the hill into turn at number 5. And I think that is actually Wrecker Boy Rob Miles there side by side. He's a little bit further back in the field, I think, than he would have liked. But still very good racing. And that's one of the great things about SSM. These cars, for those of you that may be watching here for the very first time, they are all based on first generation Mazda Miatas with the 1.6 liter motors. They have to, as part of the the equalization process, they have to get these cars dyno tuned and then they are sealed, but they have to be, I think, within about a 2 or 3 horsepower variants. So you've got cars that are very, very close together as we've got a driver now coming onto the pit lane here, Brian, and just out of my view, so I can't get the number, but we'll have that in just a moment here. I believe
that may be Miranda Price
in the 108 machine. Yeah, pulling down the pit lane. Ray Seabird Heath in the number 9 had already retired.
I tell you what, Greg, the top 3 cars there, 2 of them are out of the same stables.
Actually, I take that back. Ray Seabird Heath just crossed the line. He is still out there.
Yeah, he's the one who spun earlier on in turn 3. But our top 3 cars here, 2 of them out of the same stable with that Kopp Motorsports and with Evans and Kopp. Look for them to start working together. It could be, if John Hotz starts to fall back a little bit more, it could be Ryan Maloney. It could be the odd man out in this race. I should say odd driver out.
Odd driver out. Well, yes. Here, as we're watching that fight now, coming through turn number 10, and it is here is Kopp is going to have a bit of an issue here, as he's kind of lost John Hotz. Hotz is about 10 car lengths back as they cross the start-finish line, and either Kopp's going to have to lay out of the throttle a little bit to try and get John Hotz back up to him, so that they can draft back up to our leaders,
Yeah.
or he's going to have to do it all on his own. That last lap, and you can see the difference. That last lap, Kevin Kopp was almost 0.3 of a second off of Ryan Maloney's.
Yeah, as they start to come up out of turn 2 and they start to come to turn 3, you're right, Greg. I think Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans, if they're going to sit there and start working together, they're going to start to run away from Kopp. He's going to have the decision to make, as this race continues. I tell you what, good battle going on here back for 10th and 11th between Isaac Jordan and Adam Volatile. But then you drop back a little bit more. Now you got Ben Sarley, Isaac Crandall, Ben Sarley and Jay Bindrum in there. I'll tell you what, guys, they were almost 3 wide going into the turn, coming through turn 3. Not a position you want to be.
No. All right, Brian. And Miranda Price has rejoined the fray. She is back out on track, albeit a lap down for the number 108 machine, currently running in 29th position. But good to see that car back on, and good to see her getting getting the seat time here as our leaders are now coming out of turn number 10. And there they are, locked nose to tail, as it is still John Evans along with Ryan Maloney. Both of these racers have had wins so far this season here. So we'll see how things play out, but they continue to stretch things out, Brian, over Kevin Kopp, who was another 0.2 off of the pace of our 2 leaders that last time by. A little bit further back in the pack, and you can see some good fights coming down into turn 1 right now. There is still in very close proximity Frank Taberzi, Jamison Huffman, Dave Biegert, pretty much about a half a car length separating each one of them. And further back, if you drop back now, and we just saw them coming out of turn 1, Brian, and you talked about it before. Adam Volatile with Ben Sarley, Jay Bindrum, and Isaac Crandall and Russ Maloney into that as well. They're all in very close proximity. And I think Pat Sharkett is kind of hanging out in that general area as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, Isaac Crandall, Russ Maloney, Jay Bindrum, and even Ben Sarley, they're going to actually come up on Adam Volatile. They're starting to move forward a little bit. But then you looked back, you were talking about in our 5th pace position with Frank Taberzi, Jamison Huffman and David Biegert, they are working together. They are starting to run Frank down in that 121 machine. Waiting for them to come up. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, I was going to say, and they're coming out of turn 10 right now, Brian, those 3 drivers, as they come over towards start finish. And indeed, Huffman and Biegert, the 89 and the number 1, they are right on the doorstep of the 121 car as they are now heading down towards turn number 1.
Tell you what, Taberzi holding off Huffman. Huffman got right to the back bumper entering into turn 1, and we're going to see whether or not Frank Taberzi is going to be able to hold him and David Biegert off as they come out of turn 2 now, heading up into turn 3. That white car, that's Frank Taberzi. That blue car, the 89, that is going to be Jamison Huffman, and then this silver car of the 1, that's going to be David Biegert as they head up into turn 3 and then down over the hill into turn 4 and 5. We'll see whether or not Huffman's going to be able to be faster than Frank Taberzi through the back half of this section.
And at this point, they are all sticking in line, all staying in station. And, Brian, Ben Jones, that last time by, he was a couple tenths off of Biegert and Huffman's times, but I would suspect he's in pretty close proximity. I think that he might be able to start closing things down, especially if we see Taberzi, Huffman, and Biegert start to battle it out for that 5th position.
I'll tell you what, our leaders now coming out of turn 10 down to the cross start finish line. And Greg, as I look out over to my left here, I see Tristan Herbert standing down there watching Jonathan Evans and Kevin Kopp race this race, standing on the back of one of the trucks. Tristan Herbert's old car is in this race.
Yes, it is.
That is the 04 of Adam Volatile.
So Herbert must be wondering, he must be saying, Kevin, why did you go and drop wheels at turn 10? You're only supposed to drop wheels at turn 3. All right, side by side, going down the front straight, Brian. Who do we have?
We've got Isaac Crandall. We've got Jay Bendrum. And now we got Russ Maloney going to go 4 drivers right, Craig. Wow, what a move. He's going to try to do a power move right in front of Isaac Crandall. Go in there. What a heck of a move by Russell Maloney as he made the biggest power move I've seen here all day long by passing 2 cars on entry into turn 1, passing Isaac Crandall and Jay Bendrum. He's got his eyes set now on Ben Sarley in that 199 machine.
All right, so move Russ Maloney from 15th now up into 13th position. And you said at the 199 of Ben Sarley. Has to definitely be looking in the mirrors as he is now running in 12th and certainly under attack. That was a great move by Russ Maloney to pick up 2 positions as they come down the hill into turn number 5. And Sarley, he's got about 2 car lengths, but that's not long as given the pace that Maloney is running. As our leaders, and we'll jump back to the other Maloney, Brian, that's Ryan Maloney in the blue number 15. He continues running in 2nd position behind John Evans, but it looks as though he may be closing things back down just a little bit. They were within a couple hundredths of one another.
I tell you what, as they go into turn 1 and come out of turn 2, they're going to come up on the 108 of Miranda Price. She's going to give them plenty of room. Stay on line. Both Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans are going to go around him. Ryan Maloney right on the back bumper of Jonathan Evans as they come out of 2 and head up into turn 3. Now they're going to get up over the hill here and head down, but they are still nose to tail. We'll take a look as they come down in the hill out of turn 4 and into turn 5. It is still half a car. I won't even say half a car length. You can't even put a piece of paper in between the rear bumper of the 42 of Jonathan Evans and the front nose of that 15 of Ryan Maloney.
And a little bit further back, we've been watching that battle for 5th also between Taberzi, Huffman, and Biegert. They just went through turn number 5 and still about a half a car length between each one of them. Nobody seems to be able to gain an advantage there as we are now working lap number 10 of this 15-lap race. Our leaders coming through turn 10 now.
I'll tell you what, and Ryan Maloney, he's going to go side by side with Jonathan Evans. Got another power run out of turn 10. Not sure what happened to Evans, but they're going to go side by side down past the start-finish line and then down into turn 1. Now give that position to Ryan Maloney.
Wow.
He's going to power past Jonathan Evans down the front straight.
And Evans just did not get a good run out of turn 10, Brian. You could see it almost immediately past the apex at 10, where Ryan Maloney just had a head of steam, was able to pull alongside Evans long before they even got to the end of the pit wall, and was able to, before they got into the braking zone, come right across the nose and hold off our former leader, John Evans.
I tell you what, let's drop back here to this 121. This is battle for 5th position. Jameson Huffman again right there. David Biegert still not going away either. As they come through turn 3 and head up over the hill, we'll be able to pick them up as here they come down the hill right now, heading through, and now we've almost got a side-by-side with Huffman and Biegert.
That's right. And Biegert, he moves to the inside and holds off Jameson Huffman. But good running, good tight running there as well. And a little bit further back, I think we also saw it. Let's take a look here. Side by side coming up the hill, Brian, out of turn number 8. John Evans trying to power by the 15 of Ryan Maloney. And as they come out of turn 10, we have a new leader. Jonathan Evans, with an amazing run through 7, was just able to come to the inside of the 15 car and get him going up the hill just when it's toughest for these Miatas to make a pass.
Yeah, it is very hard. This is all about momentum, and you got 2 cars fighting to each other. If you have no help to get a little bit of a bump or a little bit of a push, it's really tough to make that stick. But Jonathan Evans able to make that stick now. As they come out of turn 2 right now, Ryan Maloney not going away. They're going to come up on the 9 machine of Ray Seabird. Let's see, what's Ray Heath here in about half a lap, Greg. So we're going to see how those two are going to be able to get through there, when they battle it. Battling for 13th position now. Now Russ Maloney, he wants that 12th position over Ben Sarley, Greg, as they go now into turn 1. You've got 12th position all the way back to, I think, about 16th, 17th position. You've got a long line of cars there. So, again, this class just goes to show you that you will race at some point with somebody all the way through.
Yeah, I think that goes all the way back from Sarley, Maloney, Crandall, Bindrum, Moyer, Pat Sharkett, Arif Kazem, and Kazem, the last car in that train. So going all the way from 12th back to 18th position. Great running there. And if you like the action and you like what you're seeing, you like what you're hearing here as this pack of racers coming down the hill into turn 5, go ahead and give us that big thumbs up, or as our good friend Morgan Burkhardt likes to say, demolish the thumbs up button there, and go ahead and click on the button to subscribe to the DC Regions YouTube channel. You'll be glad you did.
Our leaders now coming out of turn 2. They're going to come up on some lap traffic right there. And that's going to be coming up on the 9. We're going to see whether or not they're going to get him. Raymond Heath is going to sit there and go side by side with Maloney. Maloney's going to stick it in there, try to stay with Jonathan Evans. You can't give up any room there as they come up through turn 3. So both of those guys get through there. Here comes that 5th, 6th, and 7th battle. But again, Greg, this 13th through, as you said, or really 12th through 18th position, that's a battle on itself.
That's right. And they're coming down into turn 1 now, Brian. Let's take a look as they come through, and here it is under braking as they are now 2 by 2 going down into turn number 1 and coming out through turn 2, and looks like Maloney was able to get right up alongside of Ben Sarley as they came into turn number 1. We'll see, can they do it? Can he make that pass going into 3?
He has definitely made that pass. He's going to put Russell Maloney now up into the 12th position ahead of Ben Sarley. Russell Maloney on beast mode right now, making some of these power moves in and out of some of these corners down in 1 and 2.
Must have been something he drank last night. All right.
It's all the water.
That's right. It's all in the water here. Non-potable, by the way. All right. As our leaders, let's jump back there. Just crossing the start-finish line. Our leaders heading down into turn number 1, locked nose to tail once again. And let's take a look as they come under braking because the laps are winding down, Brian. Currently working lap number 13. And Ryan Maloney is your new leader. He gets around John Evans to move the 42 car back into second position as we are working lap number 13 and 15. They are side by side going into turn number 3.
And they continue to be side by side as they go through turn 3 and up over the hill. We'll pick them up in a second here, coming out of turn 5 or going into turn 5. It looks like they still may be side by side.
Indeed, as we've got Maloney to driver's left, we've got Evans to driver's right. They were side by side coming through the chute again through turn 5. That's going to give Jonathan Evans position, though, as they go into turn number 6. And, you know, as you go into 6, if you can push the other driver out, Brian, it makes a very long run through the carousel here. As they come out of turn 8, though, they are still side by side, door to door, coming up the hill. Now, this is where we saw that Evans was able to carry very good pace, but as they come under the bridge and out of turn number 10 at the apex, they're side by side. Evans, though, all the way goes around from the outside, takes the lead as we've got a car off in turn 10 as we're starting the final lap. Brian, we're going to have a local caution over at turn number 10. Still trying to find out what the car is there behind that big dust cloud.
I tell you what, and let's go back a little lap before when we were talked about 12th through 18th. We had Russell Maloney sitting in 12th. He's going to drop all the way back.
Brian, and that is Kevin Kopp that is in the gravel trap at turn 10. Kopp, who had been running in third position, now finds himself stuck in the gravel trap for the last lap of the race. So we've got a local caution in 10, and we've got cars that tried to make a pass just past the incident there as we just had. That was the 29 machine of Bindrum trying to, or probably Isaac Crandall trying to get around Bindrum as they came out of turn 10.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough when we get down here to this last lap, Greg. We're working the last lap of this race right now, and with Kopp sitting out there, that's gonna be tough for Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans. Are gonna have to make that move and make it quick. before they get to that. I can see Kevin trying to move around here, but we're going to have to wait for our leaders as they get ready to come up underneath the bridge.
And as they do, it is Ryan Maloney who's got the positioning on John Evans as they come out of turn 10 and now past the incident. Ryan Maloney is your leader. We'll see if John Evans can poke out and get the win as they come to the line. Here we go. Across the line, Evans pops out at the last second, but no, Ryan Maloney, he's going to take the win. John Evans will finish in second. John Hotz now moving up into third position. He will come across the line. He will finish in third. Jamison Huffman gets around Frank Taberzi on the last lap. And so move Jamison Huffman. I think this is his best finish ever in SSM. He'll finish in fourth. Frank Taberzi will finish fifth. David Biegert and Ben Jones, 6th and 7th. Isaac Jordan and Jack Murchison, 8th and 9th. Adam Vautile works his way up into 10th.
As we've talked about that 12th battle, they're all going to come through turn 10 right now, so they're going to be coming to the start-finish line as well. It's going to be tough to no passing. We talked about Russell Maloney. He fell all the way back to behind the 113, but now he's going to be able to get back by him. He went driver's left off in turn 1 2 laps before that. Gave that up, fought back really hard. So, again, couple of beast moves with Russell Maloney. Got to give him credit for working really hard to get back in there to finish in that 14th position.
All right, yeah, so finishing just out of the top 10, Bindrum in the 88 leads that second pack with Isaac Crandall and Ben Sarley. Russ Maloney, John Moyer was there as well, as was Arif Kazem, finishing 15th and 16th. Then Pat Sharkett, Record Boy Rob Miles, or as he likes to refer to himself, well, he usually refers to himself in the third person, but Hero T Racer, former Ferrari driver, former almost Ferrari driver, will finish in 18th. David Fierstein will finish 19th. James Roberts will finish 19th. And look at that, coming across the line there. That was Mark Flitcroft and Steve Wolfson. Brian, margin between those two cars, Flitcroft finishing 24th, Wolfson finishing 25th, 61,000th of a second, separating those two cars, and that was for 24th position. So we've got racers fighting all the way to the green flag from the front of the pack to the rear. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our competition here at Summit Point today. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow here from Summit Point for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. We're going to start things off tomorrow morning, and we don't have the start time listed there, but I'll give it to you. We're going to have cars on course starting at 8:15 a.m. We're going to have our first bracket race of the day. It is a 10-lap race. We're then going to have a small little break where we've got warm-up sessions for both our open wheel and closed wheel racers, and then we'll go MARRS racing. We're going to have our first 4 MARRS races of the day. These are our 20-lap feature races. We'll break for lunch. We'll have another bracket race, and then we'll have the remaining 3 MARRS races to round out the weekend. And Brian, I know we haven't covered it, but let's take a look at what we have coming up for the rest of the season here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We've got 3 more events after this weekend. The big one, of course, is the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, and of course you're looking forward to it because I'm not going to have you in the booth here the whole time. You're going to actually be behind the wheel.
I'm actually going to be. I'm hoping to be part of this, making some beast moves in this SSM class this year. We'll see about it.
All right, yep. And then we've got at the beginning of October, right after the National Championship runoffs this year, we come back to a much more important event. We come back to Summit Point for the October MARRS, and then we are going to wrap up the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for 2023 at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit, where I can't wait because we'll be outside and it'll probably be like 10 degrees or something, right?
Maybe.
All right. So until tomorrow morning when we're going to be back live right around 8:10, 8:15 tomorrow morning. I want to thank all of you for joining us. I want to thank all of our great partners and sponsors that bring you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And of course, we want to thank all the volunteers that without them, we could not make these events happen. The Mid-Atlantic Road, or pardon me, the SCCA is a member-run club, and with so many volunteers against so many across so many specialties. We couldn't make this weekend happen without them.
I tell you what, I also want to give a shout out here to my man over here, Spencer Gaynor. I tell you what, not only was he jumping up and down for Dad during the race, and we had to calm him down a little bit, but working this, first time doing this, pushing the buttons, getting the cameras going in the right spot. The three of us have never worked together. You and I have worked together a lot, but Spencer's never worked with us, and we're hoping he comes back tomorrow. But
he better come back tomorrow.
After listening to it. No, listen, shout out to Spencer, doing one hell of a job up here, making sure that the cameras are right so that you guys at home, if you couldn't be here at the racetrack, or if you're streaming it down in your motorhome or your trailer, getting this stuff up there to watch it. I can't thank him enough for doing this.
Yeah, and so if you like the job that Spencer's been doing, never mind Brian and I, but if you like what Spencer's been doing,
us.
There we go. Let me put it up there one final time before we wrap things up. Go ahead and demolish or smash that like button. Subscribe to the DC Region SCCA's YouTube channel. Click on that notification bell so you'll know the next time Spencer is up here working with us and giving you all the goods. Please go ahead and do that. All right. So for Brian Donati, for Spencer, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors to round everything out here, but I want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend and today for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.